Not really fun. Just follow exactly what Seth does. Yeah, but it's actually just normal.
I'm gonna just run down and do something. I'll be right back.
Okay. Check.
I want this shit to move. I want to work in Dutch basically.
Relax. We're just watching. We'll get going and then we'll sort everything out. Check 1, 2. You wanted that side, eh? Yeah, Chanel's very sick, man. Look, she's like vomiting the whole time. I almost thought I had to take her to the hospital this morning. No, that's fine. Curtis is at the top. He's actually more experienced because he's been with us for a long time. So he's at the top managing that. So if you need anything, you can just ask him when you're along.
I did enjoy her choice of music yesterday.
I thought that
In the afternoon with the
Barbie stuff. The older stuff. So I'll talk Curtis too because we've also got like classic roadtrip, like all your 80s and.
We've got the young folks on.
Yeah.
It's going to get old.
Older, yeah. Mic check 1, 2.
Check. Good morning. It is day 3. If you're counting consecutively, day 2 of Buffalo. Welcome back to the river. We are looking at race number 82. It is Heat 2, the junior men's under 16 coxed 4s. It's not. Z3. Where's Z3, gray. Scratch that. Wrong page. Race number 79, Heat 1, junior men's under 19 first coxed 4s. Two heats of this event. The first 2 finishers on to the final. Next fastest 2 along with them from the 2 heats combined. Heat 2 up next. Jeppy in lane 2 with the Mbata crew. Lane 3, St. John's Cullinan. Lane 4, St. Benedict's, Nokia. And in lane 5, Skippers from Selborne. For any friends and family who want to tune in, Eagle Media is live on site. We will have some exciting viewing to do today because the guys tell me that they are going to be getting out on the water at a few points and trying to come down in a chase boat, which is super exciting. We love that Eagle Media always goes the extra mile. Thank you to Rmb and Buffalo City Metro Tourism, also known as BCM Tourism, for your partnership, sponsorship, and working with us to deliver an excellent regatta here at the Buffalo River this weekend. Platform. I'm always trying to lead. My commentating partner in crime, Roberto Riccardi, out in the green tri-suit. Rob, it's your turn to peacock now. Looking good, my friend. Good luck. You're only rowing against Chris Baxter. The second heat of the junior men's under 19 first. Cox 4s on their way down. Still early meters of the race, but they are moving. Looking to grab themselves a spot in the final. If I could just have the attention of the coaches' MICs, there are a couple trailers with the following license plates. If you could come to me at the commentators section on the middle floor of the clubhouse in the corner by the camera, and just let me know whose trailer is whose. These are the license plates of the trailers that we need to identify. Eastern Cape trailer, FCX 529, FCX 529. Then there's a Cape Town trailer, CFM 17421, CFM 17421, CA 46745. Again, that's CA 46745. CAA 327-414. Again, CAA 327-414. And finally, Eastern Cape FMR 633. FMR 633 Eastern Cape. If the owners of those trailers could just please come identify yourselves to me at the commentator section, middle floor of the clubhouse on the balcony, I'd be grateful. Thank you. And they are now in the final approach. These four boats looking to secure a spot into the final. The first place finishers of the two heats on to the final. Next fastest two. St. John's, St. Benedict seem to have this well in hand. That outside lane, Selborne Skipper is working hard. Just trying to keep contact with St. Benedict's. The inside lane, Jeppy and Bata. In the St. Benedict's Norkia boat, Cristiano Norkia, Connor Skuman, Jacob Bruce, Michael Texera, and Wakile Zwane in the cox seat from St. John's. Mateo Cullinan sitting stroke, Finn Backus, Greg Hood, James Redshaw, and Bradley Anderson tucked down there in the cox seat. Selborne, Skippers, Bowie, Goodwin, Stolze, and Furi. And incoming Mbata, Magagula, Stanfest, Liebenberg, and Muller from Jeppy in lane 2. And St. John's, St. Benedict securing their spots into the final. And heading out upriver, Paige Bodenhorst in the scull. Just want to say hello to Joe House, tuned into Eagle Media, watching up in Johannesburg. Thanks for your message. Your dad has arrived safely with coffee, and he's ready to roar and cheer the guys on today. On their way down the lanes now, heat one of two heats for the junior men's under 16 cox fours. Selborne Neves in lane 1. The Bishop's Young Crew lane 2. Zhang from St. Benedict's lane 3. Pink from St. Andrews in lane 4. And Fisher from Gray lane 5. And once again, with two heats, it means the first two finishers from each heat progress to the finals, along with the next fastest two from the heats combined. How are you? A reminder to our spectators and especially our athletes and coaches, please remember to stay hydrated with water today. Gin and tonic is not always the best hydration format. Kids definitely not drinking that. But do stay hydrated. It promises to be a hot day. And we know that here in the furnace, it gets even hotter than it looks. So please do stay hydrated. Keep your sunscreen topped up, and look after each other.
Note, please, all coaches, the confusion with the 1K races for seniors. Please note, all senior races will be from the 2000 as per the republished draw. All senior races from the 2 kilometer, please.
Having a look down the river, for my money, it looks like it is the Zhang crew from St. Benedict's who might have a bow ball out in front of the rest. And it could be that St. Andrews Pink crew in the second place position. Missing one boat. Which appears to be the Selborne Neves crew, not on the water.
Let's go, Ed Godfrey!
St. Benedict's Zhang looking cool and calm. Bishop's Young on the move on the inside lane. The St. Andrews Pink crew off of Benny's bow, and I think probably slightly off the Bishop, or off of their stern rather, and off the stern of the Bishop's crew perhaps as well. But it will be a nice finish to watch. First two boats over the line securing their spot into the final later today. And Bishop's now deciding this is the time to make the move. They've got to burst, and they are surging. St. Benedict says, never you mind, we've got this. The Cox feeling confident, but the race between St. Andrews and Bishop's is a tight one. It looks like Bishop's is now half a boat length pulling ahead of St. Andrews as they come into the finish line.
Where it's no, it's just where it like pulls on the.
Heat 2 on their way down the course under the power lines, which means 1K gone, 1K yet to go. Rondabosch passing Thwaite in lane 1. Nomanyama from Selborne lane 2. Adrianta from Kez in lane 3. Little Crew from St. Stithians in lane 4. St. John's Jacobs in lane 5. And Douglas from Bishops in lane 6. This is the Neves crew from the previous heat coming in. Selborne Neves. Maybe they rode a 4K. Good rowing, guys.
I told you that man that was coming last night. Today they were all rowing.
So it is the St. little crew that seems to have poked out in front of the rest, and they've got Kez Adrianza on our side of the lanes, just coming in, but it is Rhonda Bosch in lane 1 also putting on a really strong performance, and I think that it'll be Rhonda Bosch and St. battling it out for first and second place in the heat. St. John slightly off the boil from Kez. And Selborne falling behind. Bishop's also a little further upriver. So Bassingthwaite, Cass, Redemeyer, Lum, and Suter. That is our Rhonda Bosch crew here in lane 1. And St. Stithians, Little, Malabacha, Budnik, Kaya, and Madiba. And Bosch giving it a final push. Maybe not resisting that urge to just pass by St. Stithians. We'll see how that finishes. But St. Stithians, Bosch securing their spots into the finals. Kez hoping they've done enough with their speed. St. John's, Jacobs on their way in across the line. Noah Rana in the cox seat there. Nomanyama from Selborne coming in now. And we've got Bishops in the far lane, the Douglas crew. Douglas, Taylor, Moody, DeFilliers, Maharai in the cox seat.
Thank you, my daughter.
And for folks watching at home or elsewhere in the world, on Friday we had the wind coming in off the ocean, blowing upriver. Yesterday we had a tailwind, and we've got that upriver thing happening again. So again, it's a headwind, and pretty strong at that at the moment. And I know we've got some sculls who are loading at the top end. I'm not sure if they're thinking, oh no. Bishops finishing up their heat in the junior men's under 16 cox fours. And now lining up at the start, heat 1 for the junior men's under 19 second doubles. 3 heats of this event, 2,000 meter race. And with 3 heats, it means the first place finisher from each heat on to the finals. Next fastest 3 from the 3 heats combined. Our finals consisting of 6 lanes. Heat 1 of the junior men's under 19 second doubles. Maswi from St. Andrews in lane 1. Irwi from Gray in lane 2. Breitenbach from St. Albans in lane 3. Mafuta from St. Benedict's lane 4. Merriweather from Bishops in lane 5. And Atkinson St. John's lane 6. It looks like St. Albans Breitenbach crew and the Mafuta crew from St. Benedict's off to a strong start, halfway down the course and leading the way. The first finisher from each heat on to the finals, next fastest 3 to join them.
I keep thinking that he's married already.
Right. That wind just stole my program. It is now floating down the Buffalo River. And my eyesight from is about 15 meters down. Even the binoculars can't zoom in on that. Bear with me while we try to get a reprint. Gareth in the finish tower, if you can hear me. I'm asking Kate Godfrey to print out another program for this morning. It's not okay. Well, meanwhile, I have a safety announcement. Going back to the trailer announcement, these trailers need to be moved as per JOC regulations and metropolitan gathering law enforcement. So the following trailers from Eastern Cape and Cape Town are parked where the ambulance and other vehicles need access. They need to be moved with immediate effect, otherwise they will be towed. The trailer, Eastern Cape trailer FCX529, Cape Town CFM 17421, Cape Town CA 46745, CAA 327414, and FMR 633 Eastern Cape. Those trailers need to be moved immediately, please. Safety regulations have indicated that they are not allowed to be there. The JOC needs them to move. Emergency medical access and whatnot, those trailers have to be moved. Once again, let me run down one more time. Eastern Cape trailer FCX529, CFM 17421, CA 46745, CAA 327414, and FMR 633 Eastern Cape. Those trailers, please move them now. Did it sink? Did my program sink or did someone rescue it?
Is it there? Oh!
I've got the racing program back. My apologies for the break. It had to be pulled out of the river. It is now pasted to the balustrade. Everything, no more wind. That's the conclusion of the F race. Heat 3, the junior men's under 19 second doubles.
Bro, that rubber duck with 240s looks so beautiful, man. I kid you not.
All right, so we are in Heat 1, junior men's under 16, coxless 4, St. John's House in lane 2, Grandpa House about to let loose. St. Benedict's Rostorn in lane 3, St. Andrews Allen in lane 4, Selborne Gangardine in lane 5. There are 2 heats of this event, which means that the first fastest 2 in the heat will go through to the final, next fastest 2 to join them. And it is St. John, St. Benedict, St. Andrews coming down the lanes together. Selborne slightly off that pace. I would say that St. Andrews has fallen behind St. John's and St. Benedict's, who seem to have secured their spot. But anything can happen. Anything can happen here at Buffalo. The surprises abound. And they're making their moves as they approach the clubhouse. This is when they start amping up because they know they're going for home. St. John's falling back just a little bit, and St. Andrews and John's in the battle for the second place position as they approach the finish line. St. Benedict's pretty confidently a nose out ahead of the other 2 boats. And they know that they've got this in the bag. St. John's working hard. St. Andrews ahead of St. John's at this point in the game. St. Andrews has got half a boat length over St. John's, and I think St. John's has left that charge a little too long. And it is definitely going to be St. Benedict's and St. Andrews. St. John's hoping they've done enough with their time to get through to the final. Next up, Heat 2, junior men's under 16, coxless 4s. Bishop Polly in lane 2, Kez Waldman lane 3, St. Stithians Waldeck Cooks in lane 4, and Sax Horoff in lane 5. The Gangardine crew from Selborne finishing off Heat 1. In addition to the trailers that are the unidentified trailers from Eastern Cape and Cape Town that I've announced, the following other trailers also need to be moved. St. John's, you've got a trailer to move or trailer or two. GP plate KP58GLGP, that one needs to be moved. I see a St. John, the one St. John's trailer also needs to be moved. Eastern Cape FCX529. St. Andrews girls, you have a trailer to move. St. Albans, you've got a trailer to move. I see a trailer with a tree on it, a tree sticker. I'm not sure whose trailer that is. So those trailers parked up top are in violation of the safety codes for the event.
There's a. I'm a messenger. I am the messenger. I'm doing what I'm told. I'm doing what I'm told.
I don't think no one's gonna move it.
There's a trailer.
Yeah. So the trailer moving thing, we do need to be mindful of the safety protocols for this event. There's a lot more at stake than just the convenience of where those trailers are parked. So please do adhere to the safety regulations so that we can have this event again next year, and or that you don't end up with your trailer in a municipal lot and damaged boats or trailers. So please do what our jock is requesting. Again, St. Albans, St. John's, St. Andrews girls, there is a trailer with the tree on it, and the multiple trailers from Eastern Cape, Cape Town that we have requested. If you could please, again, go move your trailers. Thanks. Two on its way down now. Junior men's under 16 coxed fours. St. Stithians, Waldeck Cooks. Looks like they've got command. Kez also in a strong position for the heat. And on either side, Bishops in lane 2, Sachs in lane 5. The Waldeck Crooks crew, Waldeck Crooks, Roberts, Price Hughes, and Leyburn coming down from St. Stithians in lane 4. Strong effort from those guys. The Kes Waldman crew, Waldman, Udiazi, Flint, and Reed. Sachs, Harhoff, Fletcher, Oates, and Pike in lane 5. And then we've got Bishops, Polly, Myhill, Planting, and Logan in lane 2. And that is a nice, strong performance from the St. Stithians boys. Waldeck Cook sitting in the stroke seat and bringing those boys home, securing a spot into the final. They've got about 2-3 boat lengths ahead of the Waldman crew from Kes, who is a boat or 2 ahead of the Sachs crew, Harhoff, in lane 5. The wind has calmed down a little bit here by the clubhouse. Not so sure what's happening upstream, but nice glassy water in front of the clubhouse as they approach the finish. And that's St. Stithians over the line, followed by Kes. Here comes Sachs. And Bishop's Polly finishing off the second heat of the junior men's under 16 coxless fours. And it is the Heat 1 for the junior men's under 16 quads coming down 2,000 meter race. The first two finishers of the two heats onto the finals. Next fastest two. Somerset McGregor in lane 2. Onyenekwu from Jeppy lane 3. Arnott from Rondebosch lane 4. Duplessis from Gray in lane 5. And Jeppy Onyenekwu doing what they do well, and that is row hard, row long, row strong. And they're coming in the first place position in the heat, securing their spot into the final for the junior men's under 16 quads. Somerset McGregor coming in now into the second place position. My neighbors on the balcony about to lose their minds. It's McGregor, Grobler, Ferreira, Downs, and Valdez sitting in the cox seat. Grey College, Duplessis, Ryder, Eidendorf, Allen, and Painter out in the far lane, hoping they've done enough with their speed to nab a spot in the final. But that's a second place finish for Somerset coming in across the line just about right now. And Gray coming in for a finish. Rondebosch, Arnott, Hutzman, Matterson, Strandvik, and Murrigan on their way in. Jeppy on its way down the Jean Cru in lane 2, Doble from St. Stithians lane 3, and Perton from St. Albans lane 4. St. Stithians, Doble doing all the damage. Jeppy Zhang on the inside lane, and St. Albans Perton just cruising in the outside lane. The junior men's under 16 quads. St. Stithians, Doble on their way in. Doble, Unstead, Mampana, Ramdani, and Ben in the cox seat. Jeppy Zhang, Stanfest, Diseka, Laurie, and White. And in comes the Perton, Kiryatsis, Krantz, Mutlana, and Marau in the cox seat. On their way down the lanes now, trying to make up a bit of time. We've got Heat 1 of the senior men's A single sculls. And there are some very big, strong athletes out in these sculls. Some of our Olympians coming down the lanes, our commentator coming down the lanes. And it is a 2,000-meter race to the finish for the first place spot to secure their space in the final. Next fastest 3, that's because there are 3 heats. In Heat 1 of the senior men's A single sculls, Fort Hare, Magazi. Lane 2, George Duploy from UCT. Christopher Baxter from Old Eds, lane 3. Troy Zillan from Tux in the trucker hat in lane 4. And Darian Ferreira from Tux in lane 5. And out in front, it is our Christopher Baxter from Old Eds in the red and white. And just on his right-hand side, Troy Zillan. He's rowing for Tux's old Troy. And on the inside lane, you look at it is George Duploy from UCT and Darian Ferreira from Tux on the outside. Avavile Magazi from Fort Hare just behind the pace a little bit.
Morning. Thank you. Morning.
All it takes is a first place finish to secure the spot in the final. And then the next fastest times. 3 of those fastest times. 3 heat winners and 3 speed demons. Who will it be? Chris Baxter on his way, in contact with Troy Zillan. And that's Baxter over the line. Troy Zillan finishing just behind. Here comes Darian Ferreira. George Duploy, one of our Cape Coastal rowers representing South Africa, the African Games World Champs. That guy is a machine. And Avavile Magazi from Fort Hare on his way home. Next up, Heat 2 for the senior men's A single sculls. Shane Merens from Tux in lane 2. Damien Bonehaga-Kuhn from Old Eds in lane 3. James Stewart, UJ lane 4. And John van der Watt from UCT lane 5. Those guys on their way down, approaching the power lines, so almost to the halfway point. Again, thank you to our sponsors, Rmb, BCM Tourism, BCM Buffalo City Metro, for the 2026 Buffalo Regatta Selborne Sprints. And our media partner, Eagle Media, bringing live streaming to the folks at home and around the world. Hi, Mom, watching from the U.S. Mr. Bonhagakun doing what needs to be done to secure that first place. He is commanding this race, and it looks like Shane Marins from Tux, formerly of St. Dunstan's, on the inside lane. Just on his left, on the spectator side of the bank. And as they approach the clubhouse, Bonhagakun out in front of Marins. Bonhagakun making this look like a walk in the park as he comes into the final stretch. Shane Marins pouring it on now. He's really throwing his back into it, wanting to make sure he secures that spot in the final. Bonhagakun says, well, if you're going to rate up, I'm rating up. Let's go. Let's go. That's two finishers from this first heat, or second heat, rather. UJ James Stewart on his way in, and John van der Bot from UCT on the inside lane.
Let's go, Blake! Let's go, G-Dubs!
And UJ James Stewart finishing off. Lots of cheers for John van der Voort coming in UCT. Heat 3 on its way down. Griffin Stone from UCT lane 2. Murray Bale Smith from Tux lane 3. Ryan Delbridge, Mati Stellenbosch lane 4. And Vabaza from Fort Hare lane 5. Okay, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that is my job on the microphone. I've got 2 cars that are about to be towed in the shaded parking area. Transnet is about to tow these cars. A Toyota Corolla, light Gauteng plates MF59FR. A white Suzuki BY43FK. And that is KwaZulu-Natal plates, ZN. And then there's a big white SUV vehicle next to those guys. I'm not sure, but the 2 cars under the shade, definitely in peril. They are going to be towed by Transnet. Swift, BY43FK, ZN license plate, and Gauteng plates MF59FR. Please go move your cars, unless you would like to go recover them from the municipal lot. And it is Murray Bale Smith from Tux in lane 3 taking this one home. Ryan Delbridge from Stellenbosch next in line for the finish. Griffin Stone from UCT in lane 2. Probably just behind Ryan Delbridge. And further up river, it is Vabaza, Sibusiso Vabaza from University Fort Hare. Murray Bale Smith, he's also making it look easy. Sporting the candy stripe of Tux as he comes in. First place in this heat, securing his place into the final as he comes past the clubhouse. Another one of our coastal rowers is Murray, representing South Africa. Ryan Delbridge sporting the maroon of Mott's Stellenbosch in lane 4. Hoping he's got enough speed to get his spot in the final. Three more strokes for Murray, and that's a wrap. Ryan just about done. Griffin Stone on his way in from UCT, followed by Sisu Vavaza from University of Fort Hare.
That's the tri-seat.
And as Sivasisu finishes this heat, the third and final heat of the senior men's A single sculls. Next up, it is the senior men's C sculls, and it is two heats of the single C sculls for the senior men. First two finishers onto the final, and the next fastest two from the two heats combined. We'll be following on with that for the senior men's B single sculls. So coming into the 1,000 meter, it is the first heat, senior men's C sculls. Murrison from Madiba's Rowing Club in lane 1. Muchani from Walter Sisulu in lane 2. Nonche from University Western Cape in lane 3. Sifu from University Fort Hare lane 4. And my partner in crime on the microphone, Rob Riccardi from Ravens Rowing Club in lane 5. Heat 1 of the senior men's C single sculls on their way. And I see Rob Riccardi out there, but I'll update you shortly as they get a little bit further into the race. All right, and they are coming down, and look at this in lane 1. Wade Murison from Madiba's Rowing Club is setting this heat on fire. And looking out next to Robbie Riccardi, it is Lucanio Sifu from Fort Hare and Rob Riccardi going man to man. They are powering it down. 3 guys coming in and going fast, trying to get over that line. The first 2 finishers getting a spot in the final. Next fastest times to follow. It's looking like Murison, it's looking like Sifu, and it's looking then like a Riccardi finish. Muchane from Walter Sisulu coming in now. Heat 2 up next, Soga from University Western Cape in lane 1. Razdeen from Madiba's Rowing Club lane 2. Nokwe from Walter Sisulu lane 3. Madale Western Cape lane 4. And University Fort Hare Bovu in lane 5. It's Baxter Bonagakun putting in for the men's A pair out in front of the clubhouse. South African Olympians. It looks like we're picking up a tip over. It's got a 3 on the bow number, but not a letter. Western Cape lane. And lane 4, That's Madale in lane 4. Western Cape out in the lead in this heat. Madiba's Rowing Club in the second place position in the heat. And Soga from Western Cape. Rasima Madale, first place position in this heat for the senior men's C single sculls. Tariq Razdeen from Madiba's Rowing Club coming in over the line, securing his spot into the final. 1,000 meters of great racing. Emil Soga from Western Cape coming in now. More sculling. As I said, we went from the A's to the C's and back to the 2,000 meter race. Start line, it is 3 heats of the senior men's B single sculls. From UJ Apiwaipono in lane 1. Blackfesi from University Fort Hare in lane 2. Godfrey, that's Edward Godfrey from Buffalo, lane 3. Troy Redison from Madiba's Rowing Club, lane 4. Bryn Rollins, Tux, lane 5. And Chikava from UCT in lane 6. And here they come, Heat 1 of the senior men's B singles sculls. And Godfrey doing his thing. First place position for Buffalo Rowing Club in this heat. And that will secure him a spot in the final. Way to go, Ed. Lane 5, Bryn Rollins from Tux. And Troy Renison from Madibas Rowing Club. We see Chikava from UCT in the outside lane making his approach into the final stretch. Following behind, Heat 2 of the senior men's B singles sculls. Ngube from Buffalo Rowing Club lane 1. Deswad from Madibas Rowing Club lane 2. Redfern from UCT lane 3. Ben Bernand from Ravens lane 4. And Ben Godfrey, his namesake, from Buffalo Rowing Club in lane 5. Robert Carty is a glutton for punishment. He's on the jetty going right back out in a mixed double. Composite crew VLC Ravens. Mixed double. So it's yours truly going solo till Rob decides that maybe he'll come back to the microphone. It's the Bens on the outside, 2 lanes, lane 4, lane 5, but I think Ben Godfrey might have pulled out ahead of Ben Bernand. Ben Godfrey in the dark blue of Buffalo Rowing Club tri-suit, the green of Ravens on Bernand. Then you see UCT Redfern and the yellow of Madibas Rowing Club in lane 2. Noah Swart. And I think we've got Buffalo Rowing Club, Zambulong Kube in lane 1. Ben Godfrey just letting that boat run a little bit. Just tapping along. Making it look easy, Ben. Grew up rowing on this river, did he? Ben Bernard following behind, and then Cameron Redfern, UCT. Followed by Noah Swart, Madibas. And Grube from Buffalo. The Godfrey taking this heat by storm, securing his spot into the final. With his boot, I think. Ben Bernard to follow from Ravens. Cameron Redfern on his way in from UCT. The third and final heat of the 1,000 meter race. Lining up at the start as we watch Madiba's Rowing Club and Buffalo coming in to finish off Heat 2. Madiba's Rowing Club looking smart in their very cool tri-suits. And Buffalo. Speaking of Buffalo, we've got Lunga Mtsitwa from Buffalo in lane 1 for Heat 3. Tawanse from Walter Sisulu, lane 2. Bites from Cape Coastal, lane 3. UJ Kloss in lane 4. And Bejraj from UCT in lane 5. I see 3 scullers out there, 2 in the front. I'm pretty sure that I'm looking at Lunga from Buffalo. And I think it's Kloss from UJ. And then way behind along the far bank, there's another sculler. Not sure if he's in this race or out of this race. Behind the senior men's B single sculls, it will be Heat 1 of 2 heats for the senior women's A sculls. That'll be some great racing coming up shortly.
When no stress, you let me know then, bro.
UJ Kloss ahead of Lunga from Buffalo. Mtsitwa. First place finisher from each of the 3 heats on to the finals. Next fastest 3 to join them. I lied, it is not UJ, that's Cape Coastal. Tane Bice. Sorry about that, Tane. That's Bice coming in Cape Coastal, followed by Situa from Buffalo. The angle on the bow number is hard to read. The orange threw me off. Of course, Cape Coastal coming out of Simonstown in the Western Cape. And Lunga, local coach at the Buffalo Club. And one of another coastal rower. Hoping he's done enough to make that final. All right, we are now looking down the water upstream at the senior women's A single sculls heat 1. Alexa Neal, UCT lane 1. Emma Morgans from Tux lane 2. Paige Bodenhorst from Old Eds in lane 3. Courtney Wesley from Tux lane 4. Frances Hill, UCT lane 5. And Lauren Taylor from Tux in lane 6. And we are looking at the women's senior A sculls coming in. Old Ed's Paige Bodenhorst in lane 3. Coming home, securing her spot into the final. The first 2 finishers from the 2 heats onto the finals. Courtney Wesley looks like from Tux in lane 4, securing her spot in the 2nd place into the finals. Lane 6, Lauren Taylor from Tux coming in behind her. Lane 2, Emma Morgans. Just a quick announcement to athletes and coaches. Just a reminder, please, to make sure that your boats are on the racks and off of that access road that comes down to the venue. We need to be able to keep that road nice and clear for the ambulance access emergency vehicles. So if a boat is left unattended, it might have to be moved, and we don't want to have to do that. So please, if you've got your boats along the access road, make sure they're up on the side on their trestles on the racks and out of the road. It's fine if you're rigging, obviously you can move it, but once again, unattended boats will be moved. So just make sure that your boats are properly stored on the side of the access road coming down to the venue. Thanks. Heat 2 coming down now, the senior women's A single sculls, 2,000 meters of rough rowing. Renee House from Tux in lane 1, Mackenzie Lamont from UCT lane 2, Kat Williams from Tux lane 3, Donnea Erasmus from Tux lane 4, and Emma Gomes from UJ lane 5. And it's Kat Williams who's got this race by the scruff of the neck. Donnea Erasmus just off her stern. Looking at Emma Gomes from UJ on the far bank behind her. And then we've got Renee House from Tux in lane 1. Again, the first 2 finishers each heat going through to the finals. Kat Williams and Donnea Erasmus look like they will take this one and move on to the finals. And we'll see how the next 2 fastest times from the 2 heats, who those spots will go to. Lovely rowing from our women's scullers. And of course, on to the finals later, where there's a trophy on the line. Renee House coming in for Tux now in lane 1. Mackenzie Lamont from UCT following her. And passing by the creek, it is already heat 1 of the senior men's A pairs. In lane 1, Van der Brechen and Riccardi from Tux. It is White and Breitenbach from UCT in lane 2. Old Eds, Baxter and Bonhaga Kuhn in lane 3. Sikiotis and Douglas from Tux in lane 4. Krishnasamy and Stewart from UJ in lane 5. And from Madiba's Rowing Club, Renison and Renison. My guess is they're brothers. My great, amazing powers of deduction applied here. Enough coffee to do that math. There are 2 heats of the senior men's A pairs. So the first 2 finishers each heat progressing to the finals. Next fastest 2 to join them. So we're seeing the white tops, red bottoms of the Old Eds crew, Bonhaga, Kuhn and Baxter, leading the way down the lanes here. Of course, they were just out in the sculls too. No rest for the weary. In lane 1, it's Tux Riccardi, Van der Brechen. Those guys just slightly behind our Olympic pair. UCT Breitenbach and tucked in between them. And then it's Tux Douglas and Sikiotis. Madiba's Rowing Club and UJ a little further up the river still. But Old Ed's coming in now, a little burst at the finish, just for good measure. Tux Riccardi having a look over their shoulders saying, yeah, we gotta move it. That's Jake Riccardi in the stroke seat. Oh no, technical issue in the Breitenbach crew. Adjusting a footboard. And in comes Tux Douglas. UJ Krishnasamy, Madiba's Rowing Club on their way in. Heat 2 on its way down now also. They're just passing the creek.
I'm not gonna catch anything.
Mom, I know you're watching. How's it? Old Ed's Prince. I think I just saw him standing on the jetty though. Old Ed's meant to be in lane 1, Prince and Leyburn. In lane 2, Duploy from UCT. Tux Chavalala, Kyriatsis. Those guys are in lane 3. Delbridge, Ryan Delbridge, Brian Thompson from Stellenbosch, lane 4. And Cornea Old Eds, Cornea and Franken. With the coolest name of all cool names for rowers, Blade Franken. He was always destined to be a rower with that name. Blade, a Jeppy boy. Karunya, St. John's boy.
Come on, guys.
So it is Tux Chavalala Kiriatsis, those guys out in the lead. And battling it out for the second place position in the heat, it is UCT Duploy and Old Ed Corneux. A headwind coming up the river for good measure. Pumi Chabalala in the stroke seat for the Tux boat. He's a St. John's old boy, Kyriaxis, St. Albans old boy. The Tux has this race well in hand. Old Ed's UCT. They're coming in, they're up to the boat, to the clubhouse. Maybe we'll get some school support for their boys out in the boats. And it's Kyriatsis and Chavalala. Few strokes from done. Old Ed's in the second place position. First two finishers going to the finals. Krnya and Franken on their way home. UCT Deploy and Dowell finishing off their race. Heat one of two heats now, the junior women's under 15 doubles. A 1,000 meter race for these young ladies. First two finishers onto the final, next fastest two from the two heats to join them. Clarendon Deman in lane 1. Allen from Zwartkops lane 2. Nzunzu from Clarendon lane 3. Cottrell from DSG in lane 4. Somerset Holden lane 5. All right. But what I'm looking at is not what I said. I'm looking at scullers. Oh, that's because I flipped back to the top page and I didn't realize it with all my water damage. Ignore me. My apologies to everyone. It is the final for the junior men's under 15 single sculls. St. Benedict's Perry lane 1, D. Dominicis from St. Benedict's lane 2, Stepanovic St. Benedict's lane 3, Matlapeng St. Albans lane 4, Kez Kutsia lane 5, and Eden from St. Albans in lane 6. Stepanovic, lane 3, dominating this race. He has got Clearwater. The Kez Coetzee boat trying to go bow ball to bow ball with St. Albans Matlapeng. Those guys are going to battle it out for second and third. I would say St. Albans just a canvas ahead at this point, and just digging deep and finding that thing that will get him into the second place silver position. Kez holding on to bronze, but it is a fast charging Perry from St. Benedict's. And it's going to go to the finish tower to see who got that third place position. St. Albans Eden over the line. Next up, the junior women's under 16 quads. The final, DSG Cottrell, lane 1, Appleby from Somerset, lane 2, Holy Rosary Riccardi, lane 3, Lundman from St. Stithians, lane 4, Buga from PGRC, lane 5, and Fonnikirk from St. Stithians in lane 6. Race 108 on its way down now, just at the creek. DSG Cottrell, Somerset Appleby lane 2, Riccardi Holy Rosary in lane 3, Lundman from St. Scythians lane 4, Bugler from PGRC lane 5, Funnykirk from St. Scythians lane 6. It's the junior women's under 16 quads. I'm looking down the water. I don't see the Somerset crew. DSG Cottrell out there. Holy Rosary Riccardi. They are out in the lead. Emmy Riccardi, Shaylin King, Kate Zillan, Aaron Beaming, and Dakota Santos in the cox seat. They've got St. Scythians Lundman crew, Lundman, Duplessis, Bueta, Moore, and Soleil just off their stern in lane 4. And the St. Scythians Funniker crew in lane 6, looking strong. It looks like PGRC in the back has got a steering issue. I suspect there might be a technical problem on that boat. It's Rhodes making their appearance. A coxed 4 on their way out, looking lovely in the purple and white. Go Rhodes. Holy Rosary in the final, headed for gold. Looking clean as you like. Absolute thing of beauty that. Our gold medal winners for the junior women's quads, under 16 quads. St. Scythians Lundman coming in for silver. St. Scythians Fonniker coming in for bronze. BGRC finishing off that race. Incoming now, the junior men's under 16 pairs. St. Benedict's Hypner in lane 1. Latachan from St. Benedict's lane 2. Kiriatsi's pair from St. Albans in lane 3. Bishop's Young lane 4. St. John's Want Crew in lane 5. And Redemar from Ronnebosch lane 6. Kiriatsi's from St. Albans way ahead of the pack. They've got St. Benedict's, Latachan in the second place position. And then the battle for third between St. Benedict's and Bishop's and St. John's. I think St. John's just a little bit off the boil. Bishop's ahead of St. John's. Hard to tell the angle between St. Benedict's inside lane. That is the Hypner crew. And St. John's. But it is St. Albans, Kiriatsi, St. Perton coming in. It is the final for the junior men's under 16 pairs, and they are in the first place position with lots of clear water. These are your gold medal winners here. Latachan from St. Benedict's in the second place position. Bishop's pulling away. The bronze looking like it's theirs. St. John's not giving up. I can see they are putting everything they've got from St. John's, but they just can't get that contact with Bishop's. Bishop's Young and Britt's going in for the bronze medal for the junior men's under 16 pairs. House coming in fourth place position from St. John's and Want. And it is Hypner from St. Benedict's. I don't see Rondebosch out on the water. Next up, it is the junior women's under 19 second singles sculls, the final from the heats. St. Mary's Maher in lane 1, Nielsen from St. Mary's lane 2, Ramji Holy Rosary lane 3, Seleka from St. Stithians in lane 4, Callow from DSG lane 5, and Obadike from St. Mary's in lane 6.
You're gonna go off.
As I'm looking and the St. Mary's Ildner crew that have taken the lead as they come down the lanes. St. Andrews Manson in lane 2, Ildner lane 4 from St. Mary's. So this race is being commanded by Gabby Manson sitting stroke seat for St. Andrews, Jade Bernand in the bow seat. And then we've got a really good race from the Roos crew from St. Mary's in lane 1, Ildner and McGregor from St. Mary's in lane 4. And it is Robin Moore and Miakalo Sebapalo from St. Andrews. Those three boats vying for second and third place. For my money, I do think it is the Ildner McGregor crew that is going to be coming in the second place position at this point. But St. Andrews, Manson Bernand out in the lead. And the Moore crew, I think, is now getting ahead of the Roos crew from St. Mary's. That's Moore from St. Andrews, looking for that bronze medal position. Ildner clearly in the second place position. Bernand and Manson first place. The gold looking, they can smell it. Ildner and McGregor going for that silver. Moore and Sebapalo from St. Andrews, bronze medal position contenders, but St. Mary's is trying to dig deep, trying to bear down, see if they can't pass through St. Andrews. Only a few strokes left. Can they make it? These are your podium finishes for the junior women's under 19 first doubles. And I think St. Andrews might have just gotten through before St. Mary's, but I cannot say for sure. Here comes Shivalana Simpson from St. Stithians. In the outside lane, Holy Rosary, Luna Riccardi, Madison Hill. Next up, a 2,000 meter race straight final for the senior men's B doubles. Madiba's Rowing Club, Stead in lane 1. Chikava from UCT in lane 2. The Renison crew from Madiba's Rowing Club, lane 3. Godfrey and Godfrey and Godfrey and Godfrey. The Godfrey brothers from Buffalo Rowing Club, lane 4. And Pono from UJ in lane 5. Coach Vince with St. Andrews girls looking cool with his hot pink headband. I think he might have joined the parents crew with the funny hats up top. Vince, you're looking smart this morning. And your green necklace. Mardi Gras. It's Godfrey and Godfrey for the Buffalo Rowing Club out in front. They are going for gold. Madiba's tucked in right behind them.
Come on, Godfrey!
Ben in the bow, Ed in the stroke seat for Buffalo.
Oh, they're taking it slow.
And that is the Renison crew from Madibas. That's a gold medal going to Buffalo Rowing Club. Silver to Madibas.
There's one more. I think there's only one more. I'm not sure. I need to. That's red. So let me just see what boat.
That's also Madibas. The second Madibas boat on its way in. That's the Stead crew. Adam Stead, Daryl Wilson. And coming in behind the senior men's B doubles, and the last Madibas boat to come in, it is the Masters men's or mixed doubles and pairs. So it's a lucky packet race. Williams VLC crew in lane 1, the Escort pair from Alfred's in lane 2, Jevon from Leander in lane 3. It is the Carpenter crew from Old Eds in lane 4. The Hood crew from Old Eds, lane 5, and Cruz from Buffalo in lane 6. Because we have a mixture of boat classes, we've got age prognostics applying. I can't tell you anything. I can just tell you what's happening on the water. We can look at the race as it stands, but on paper, the results will be different based on their boat class and their age prognostics. The oldest boat out there in that race, average age of 58, is the Cruise crew from Buffalo, followed by VLC Williams, Rob and Tracy, average age 57. The youngest boat in that group, Leander the Jevon crew from Leander at 32. And Madiba's Stead crew Wilson coming in, finishing off the final for the senior men's B doubles. Old Ed's Carpenter crew leading the way in this heat on the water. In the yellow and green, it's Robin Tracy. They're in the second place position. A couple of boats don't seem to be out there. Also, Old Ed's Hood, they're out there in lane 5, the red and white. And back behind them is the Cruise crew. So I think we're missing Alfreds and Leander. So the mixed doubles coming in now. Carpenter Bacchus, followed by Williams and Riccardi. 17 years to the credit of the Riccardi and Williams crew, so that prognostic will work in their favor over Carpenter Bacchus. And the two gents from Old Ed's in lane 5, the Hood crew. And then we've got the mixed double from Buffalo Cruise, average age 58. Only 1 year difference between them and Williams from VLC. Way to go, Robin Tracy. I see you. Remember to breathe. Everything's going to be okay. From the 1,000 meter mark, again, from the old ones to the young ones, we're moving to the junior women's under 15 single sculls. A final from the heats. And Zunzu from Clarendon in lane 1. Cook from Somerset, lane 2. Lewis from St. Stithians in lane 3. Allen from Zwartkopf, lane 4. Steenkamp from Clarendon, lane 5. Rabenheimer from PGRC in lane 6. Our under 15 junior women scullers are on their way down for the final. Again, Nzunzu for Clarendon, lane 1. Cook Somerset, lane 2. Lewis and Stithians, lane 3. Allen Zwartkopf, lane 4. Steenkamp Clarendon, lane 5. Rabenheimer, PGRC, lane 6. Zwartkopf's Allen in over the line. Rabenheimer coming in. A couple more strokes to finish off that race. First, second, third, gold, silver, bronze, followed by Clarendon Steenkamp. Here comes Carla Cook from Somerset. And in lane 1, Olata from Clarendon. Kapler from Cincinnati. I see a big, strong boat from Buffalo going out now, the men's quad. Good luck to those gents. But we are waiting now for the junior men's under 19 first pairs to come down. They are at about the halfway point. Organizing that flyby just for you. All right, so having a look down the course, it looks to me as if our St. Stithians Pierce crew in lane 1 putting on a really strong performance. The St. Benedict's crew lane 3, Diego Ramos and his partner, not sure if that's Michele Rohrbeck, and the Kes van der Pfeiffer crew. They are putting it on out there and they are doing well, setting the pace for this heat. St. John's Bacchus crew off the boil just a little bit. St. John's Hood crew further behind. And the St. Stithians Kapler crew also falling off the pace. But the Van der Pfeiffers, they are made of muscle and speed and determination, as is the St. Benedict's pair. St. Benedict's in lane 3. Daniel Pierce, Jonathan Tunmer, those guys are very big, strong gentlemen. As they approach the clubhouse, it seems that they're now starting to fall slightly out of the front of the race. It might be that St. John's is starting to creep in lane 4. But well ahead of the crowd, it is the St. Benedict's boat. The Van der Pfeiffers doing nicely And here they come. They're coming into the clubhouse, and the Fund of Fifers are setting this river alight. Nick and Matt Fund of Fifer ahead of the St. Benedict's crew. St. John's Bacchus in the third place position. 3 boat lengths of clear water going to Kez as they approach the finish line. Here comes St. Benedict's in for the silver. St. John's Bacchus and Kia's coming now for bronze. Hood and Redshaw out of the medals running, and as is St. Stithians, but the St. Stithians boat in lane 1 coming in hard. St. John's might just stay ahead of St. Stithians to cross the line in the 4th place position, followed by St. Stithians. Pierce over the line, followed by St. Stithians Kepler. And that is the junior men's under 19 first pairs final race. Next up, a 2,000 meter race for the junior men's under 16 singles sculls. They are on their way past the halfway point at this juncture. St. Stithians Roberts in lane 1, Waldman from Kez in lane 2, Price Hughes, St. Stithians lane 3, Fletcher from Sachs lane 4, Van de Ven from Jeppy lane 5, and Carrara from St. Andrews in lane 6. It is Hugo Price Hughes out in the lead. It looks like Jesse Waldman and Josh Fletcher from Sachs. Jesse Waldman from Kez, Josh Fletcher from Sachs in the 2nd and 3rd place position. Also strong showing from Grant Roberts from St. Stithians in lane 1. Hugo Price Hughes, couple of boat lengths ahead. I see Josh Fletcher in the 2nd place position, followed by Jesse Waldman from Kez. A nice race though with Grant Roberts just off of Jesse's left side. Those two will push each other in fast for the 3rd place position. It will be a race there for bronze. Hugo Price Hughes securing the gold in just a few strokes. Josh Fletcher from Sachs. The gold medal going to Hugo Price Hughes from St. Stithians. Josh Fletcher coming in for the silver medal. And the race is on for bronze. Kez versus St. Stithians. Here they come and here they go. They're looking at each other. They are rating it up. And they are throwing the kitchen sink, the car keys, the duvet at this race. Who's it going to go to? Kez versus St. Stithians in the bronze medal position. Woo! Too close for me to call. Over to the finish tower. Scott van der Ven from Jeppe on his way in, followed by Gabriel Carrara from St. Andrews. Up next, a 2,000 meter race for the junior men's under 19 second coxed fours. In lane 1, St. John Sokela. The Jonsef and Rensburg crew from Kes lane 2. Mutluane from St. Benedict's in lane 3. St. Andrew's Booth in lane 4. Zhang from St. Benedict's lane 5. And Doble from St. Stithians in lane 6. Our second coxed fours are on their way down. Halfway point. Looking like a fairly tight race at this point, but it's still a long way to go. Well, I'm looking down the water. How's it, Robbie? You're just here? You're just in for a hug and then running out again. All right. I'm looking at the water at this race. It should be the junior men's second coxed fours. There should be 6 boats on the water. I see only 4. I do not see the St. John's crew in lane 1. I did see them go out earlier, so I'm scratching my head just a little bit. Kes, Jonsef and Rensburg, and St. Benedict's Mutluane doing all the damage. It is the Kes boat out in the lead, coming down here in lane 2, lane 1-ish. They are on the bank side, spectator bank side. One-ish. You can quote me on that. Second place position going to St. Benedict's Mutluane, Palicio Khan, Atrushe Dos Santos in the Cox seat. The Kez boat, Janssen van Rensburg, Gall, Chezi, Hawks, and Vasram in the Cox seat. Shout out to Mama Mel watching. Young Mr. Hawks in the Kez boat. Probably RSJ watching back from home too as well. Third place position. Looks like St. Andrew's Booth, Mazwi, Conacher, Chikajela, and the Sese. And St. Stithian's Doble off the pace just a bit. But Kez keeping a nice orderly stroke as they come in past the clubhouse. Kez looking like the gold medal belongs to them. And St. Benedict's Mutluane, silver. The gold to Kez, silver to Spenny's, and St. Andrews going for that bronze medal. The Kez boat looking beautiful, strong. St. Benedict's Mutluane, Paliso Khan, Atrushe, Dos Santos coming in over the line. And from St. Andrews, Booth, Mazwi, Conacher, Chikajela, and Lesese. Finishing off that race, the Scythians, Doble, Unstead, Mampana, Ramdani, and Ben in the Cox seat. Next up, it is the final for the Senior Women's A doubles. UCT PGRC Neil Crew in lane 2. House from Tux in lane 3. Hill from UCT PGRC lane 4. Alexa Neal, Kenzie Vessels in lane 2. Renee House and Tana Diplock from Tux in lane 3. And Anouk Bugler, Francis Hill, UCT PGRC in lane 4. It is the Tux House crew that has commanded the lead here. Hunting down the gold medal. Carpenter, Remba, Renell, Bryce Hughes, and Tracy Williams going out, mostly VLC and an Old Eds. In the women's squad, VLC. Rhodes following in there, a double, the women's double in the purple. Nice to see Rhodes here this weekend. Donna and Renee, Gausen Diblock from Tux, looking for that gold medal. And then it's Francis Hill and Nook Bugler from UCT PGRC. In behind them, the bronze looking like it will belong to the Neal crew in lane 2 for the senior women's A doubles.
Well done.
St. John's coming back down. From a previous race. Looking up the water, we are looking now for the junior men's under 19 second singles sculls.
I don't think you celebrated hard enough.
St. Benedict's home in lane 1. Breitenbach from St. Albans in lane 2. Nason from Jeppy in lane 3. Ethan Miller from St. Albans in lane 4. Bishop's Merriweather lane 5. And Di Dominicis from St. Benedict's in lane 6. And if Rob were here, he would be saying, Gigi the Italian Stallion Di Dominicis. So I'll say it on his behalf. Rob Riccardi loading into his boat for that final. Maybe someday he'll come back up to the microphone, Rob. And our junior men's under 19 second single scullers on their way down. Alex Holm from St. Benedict's in lane 1, and he has gone out and taken the lead. St. Albans Breitenbach in lane 2. Tucked in with him. Some stiff competition coming from across the water. It is Merriweather from Bishops and De Dominicis from St. Benedict's. Lanes 5 and 6 respectively. Our inside lanes, Jeppy and St. Albans, struggling with that headwind. But Alex Holm doing what Rob and I like to call the sneaky in lane 1. He can have the entire field in his hindsight. Looking down, this headwind gusting. But he's got this race under control right now. Approaching the clubhouse. Alex Holm just about to pass some of his teammates who are going out. Maybe they'll give him a little shout on the way. St. Albans coming past his supporters on the top of the clubhouse. Jared Breitenbach. And in the outside lane, Di Dominicis. Alex Holm can smell that gold medal. He is bringing it home, and he's bringing it out quick. And it looks like Di Dominicis from St. Benedict's now in the silver medal position. Lane 2, Jared Breitenbach is trying to pull up into Di Dominicis' water, but he is going to, looks like he is going to sit there in the third place position. A bronze medal for St. Albans, silver for St. Benedict's, gold for St. Benedict's. And here comes Bishops in the fourth place position. Mr. Merriweather, followed by Ross Nason from Jeppe and Ethan Miller from St. Albans. And next up, it is the race for the senior men's B quads, women's quads, mixed quads. It's all quads to me. University Fort Hare, Vabaza crew in lane 2, the Godfrey crew from Buffalo and Cape Coastal in lane 3. UCT Charlton lane 4. The Cape Coastal Buffalo Club Composite has one Cape Coastal rower, that's Tane Bice. We've got the Godfrey brothers, Lunga Mtsitwa. University Fort Hare Vabaza crew, Vabaza, Magazi, Vlakfezi, and Sifo.
Please note to all coaches, we are now coming up to races that were originally 7 minutes apart. We are going to be trying to make up time during this time, so please do not delay with your launching because we will be making up time. So if you can please be aware of the race that is finishing and get your boats on timelessly because we will not be holding races for crews that are missing. So please be aware and make sure you launch appropriately.
And coming down looking for the gold medal, it is now the composite crew, Cape Coastal Rowing Club, Buffalo Rowing Club, Godfrey, Mtsitwa, and Bice. They've got lots of clear water and gold medal in their sights. UCT Charlton in the outside lane. They are rowing as a 4, not a quad. And it is Buffalo Cape Coastal. Over that line for the gold medal. And the coxless 4 coming in from UCT Charlton, Angus Charlton, Nikhil Bajraj, Chikava McKenzie, Angus Charlton, a St. John's old boy. And the men's quad coming in here from University Fort Hare, Vabaza, in for the silver. Next up, it is a final for the junior women's under-19 coxed 4s. PGRC Dawson in lane 1, Clarendon Willis lane 2, St. Andrews Capita lane 3, Zulu from St. Mary's in lane 4, Coleman from Clarendon lane 5, and Chiquitamba St. Stidians in lane 6.
I've got water. I'm good. I'm okay for now. Thanks.
And it is the St. Mary's Zulu crew that is leading the pack. They are in lane 4, and they are looking for gold for the junior women's under-19 coxed 4. St. Andrews Capito on the inside, and it is the Clarendon Coleman crew on their outside. And I'm thinking that Clarendon's looking for that silver. St. Andrews probably in the bronze medal position. We'll see if they rate up as they come in past the boathouse. But it is St. Mary's out in the lead. Clarendon just off their stern. The cox from St. Mary's has got her eye on that finish line, talking her girls through it. Clarendon trying to keep that contact. St. Andrews in the third place position, followed by St. Stithians Chiquitamba. But it looks like gold is going to Zulu, Fisher, Osler, Ninan, and Badat. Dina Badat bringing her girls in for a gold medal. Gabriella Som bringing her Clarendon girls in for silver. Danda Chabalala from St. Andrews for the bronze. And it is now St. Stithians Chiquitamba crew, followed by Clarendon Willis crew, and in comes, in a very cool tri-suit, PGRC Dawson crew. Those are the smartest tri-suits yet. Up next, it is a 2,000-meter race, a final from the heats for the junior women's under 16 doubles. Landman from St. Stithians in lane 1. Zillan from Holy Rosary in lane 2. Riccardi from Holy Rosary in lane 3. It is the Peters crew from St. Andrews lane 4. De Kaiser, Holy Rosary lane 5. And Duplessis from St. Stithians in lane 6.
How are you?
No, don't go. Just sit here. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so it is.
St. Andrews Peters out in the lead. Holy Rosary, Riccardi, Holy Rosary, De Kaiser just behind them. But this race isn't over. Paige Peters, Tanique Ehlers-Leverskachny in the St. Andrews boat. And the parents above pretty much losing their minds, but that's all right. It's a gold medal on the line. Holy Rosary De Kaiser, that's Cleo De Kaiser, Gemma Lee Arthur in the second place position. A fast charging Emmy Riccardi, Shaylin King in lane 2 from Holy Rosary. And it's going to be a tight finish between the teammates for second and third. St. Stithians Ludman coming in now. Charlotte Boita, Isabella Ludman. Oh, wait a minute. That was Zillan and... Wait a minute. I got my bow numbers wrong. 5. Sorry about that, that it was Riccardi over the line, then Zillin. It is De Kaiser coming in now. Sorry about that, Holy Rosary parents. So sorry. It is Instithians Duplessis now also, followed by De Kaiser. Gonna go straight to the optometrist.
I now do not. I don't have red in 2 days. Don't worry.
This looks like the final for the senior men's single scull C final. If I'm not mistaken, that would be Rob Riccardi in lane 1. I see Madiba's Rowing Club out there, but I don't have a program.
I don't know who's who. I know, the Rob I know. That's the only one that matters.
Boats sorted out at the start for a 1,000 meter race.
Don't know.
The senior women's C quads, we're waiting for those. A 1,000 meter race. Rhodes, Madivas, Walter Sisulu, Fort Hare at VLC.
Please, all coaches and athletes, we have races that should be starting and we have no athletes at the start. Race 128, golf, there's nobody at the start. The race has been cancelled. Race 129, hotel, there are only 2 athletes have checked out. That race will go off after race 127. Please note we've cancelled we're going to not use the break. We're going to continue with the racing. No official delay in time has been announced, so please go out at your correct time. For races 130, 131, 132, 133, please, you need to start getting through Control Commission. I'm not going to follow up on those races, any races again. You need to get through there urgently, please.
And it looks like our women are away and on their way down. Rhodes, lane 1. Madiba, Sventer, lane 2. Dimbaza, Walter Sisulu in lane 3. Fort Hare, Seco Crew in lane 4. And Remba from VLC, lane 5. And it looks like the Madiba's crew, the Fenter crew in lane 2 are doing all the damage and in hot pursuit of the gold medal. It might just be that it's the Rmb crew from VLC in the silver medal position. We'll give them a little time to settle into this race, see how they look once they get towards the clubhouse. But these ladies are working, they're working hard. It's the VLC and one old Eds rower in the outside lane, looking like they now have pulled out in front of Madiba's Fenter crew.
Williams, Rmb, Price, Hughes, Carpenter, and
And what a race it was. Rmb, Price, Hughes, Carpenter, Williams. Looking great. VLC, Old Ed's coming there. It's Madiba, Fenter crew coming in now. Walter Sisulu, Dimbaza crew. The next to land. And Fort Hersika crew coming in. And we still got the Rhodes crew, Chomo crew. There they go. Looks like they had a bit of caught a crab, but they're back on track, back in the swing of things, and they are moving. Rhodes making their way home. Next up should be the senior men's B pairs, UCT versus UCT. Let's see how it goes. Let's give a shout out to our Rhodes women. Jonty Kingwill sporting the white sunglasses from St. John's. I've seen Billy Cronje do that before in the white sunglasses. He's gonna come kill me. It's a legacy thing. A two-boat race coming down. Senior men's B pairs. UCT Bucker, UCT Van der Voort. It's a close race, and it's windy. Yeah, Tux is out there in lane 5. They're ahead of UCT lane 4, which is the Van der Vaart crew. Don't see UCT Bacher just because I want to confuse you. I took a solemn oath to say all the wrong information this morning. And I take my job very seriously. And it is a senior men's mixed. It's something coming down. I took my oath. Who is that? All right, this one I don't see in the program. It's an old Ed's quad of gents. I know there's some St. John's dads in that boat.
Who are you calling old, Cass?
I'm calling them old, Mo. Older gents, the mature gentlemen, some dads out there doing their thing. They're not in the program. They're interlopers. All right, I'm taking an educated guess, but in keeping with my solemn vow to get everything wrong today, I'm pretty sure that this is the final for the junior men's under 15 quads. Kes Mafela lane 1, Rohrbeck St. Benedict's lane 2, Kes Tobacale in lane 3, Sherwood from St. Benedict's lane 4, St. Albans Eden lane 5, Gray Rogers lane 6. So this would be race 130 if I've got it right. A 1,000 meter race. And this is for gold, silver, and bronze. St. Benedict Sherwood out in the lead. Kes Tobacale. St. Albans Eden Crew in the third place position. Kes in the second silver. And it looks like gold going to St. Benedict Sherwood, followed by Kes Tobacale. St. Albans Eden Crew, followed by Kes Mafela. And then we've got Gray Rogers coming in. Next up, then, it should be the junior women's under 19 first pairs. The Somerset moms are all around me. They're my personal peanut gallery this weekend. They get a shout out. Go check them out. They're running away. No, we want to thank our RMB sponsors and BCM Tourism for making everything possible this weekend here at the Buffalo River. Thanks to Elba for organizing. Thanks to all the volunteers from GROA for coming down. We really appreciate all the hard work and camaraderie to make this rowing community as strong and as vibrant as it is. And a shout out to Eagle Media. I have a voice for radio, not a face for television. No, I have the face for radio. You know what I mean. I hereby solemnly swear to get it all wrong today.
One more race, and then I'm back.
I'm looking at now one boat coming down at Godfrey, Francis Hill, I think. UCT Buffalo Composite Mixed Double. Well done, well raced, guys.
All coaches and MICs, please note that race 132 is at the start, and therefore all races thereafter should already be on their way down to the start. I don't see very many boats on the jetty. If you could please get moving and get launching. We're not going to hold races.
It looks like we are looking at race 131 coming down a final for the junior women's first pairs. St. Scythian's Waldeck Cooks in lane 1, Riccardi from Holy Rosary in lane 2, McGregor from St. Mary's lane 3, Capito from St. Andrews in lane 4, Zulu from St. Mary's in lane 5, and Fisher from St. Mary's lane 6.
Yesterday, you're looking toasty. You think? Today I've got so much sunscreen.
It looks like the ladies in red and white out in front. My money's on Ilgner, or sorry, on McGregor from St. Mary's in lane 3. And the Riccardi crew just on the inside lane, lane 2, probably in the second place position. I see 2 St. Mary's boats, that's Zulu and Fisher out in lanes 5 and 6. McGregor from St. Mary's on their way home for gold, far out in front of the field. Holy Rosary Riccardi in lane 2. Waldeck Cooks in lane 1. And then I think it's the Zulu crew and the Capito crew from St. Mary's, St. Andrews, respectively, in their lanes, following in behind there. And right behind these women's pairs, it looks like the junior men's first sculls on their way as well. That would be Christie from Kes in lane 1, Taylor from Kes lane 2, Van de Zee from Kes lane 3, Carrera from St. Andrews in lane 4, Ruet from Jeppe in lane 5, and Fredrickson from Sachs in lane 6. But here they are, our gold medal champs for the under 19 women's first pairs from St. Mary's, the McGregor crew. The bow number of J5 coming in from St. Mary's. It is the Zulu crew looking for silver in the under 19 women's first pairs. The J2 bow number, that is Riccardi from Holy Rosary looking for bronze. It is St. Andrews Capito coming in from lane 4. And Waldeck Cooks from St. Cilians here in lane 1. And we've got the St. Mary's Fisher crew finishing off the event for the junior women's under 19 first pairs. Fabulous racing, really strong headwind. So these smaller boats are just doing the best that they can to get down here as quickly as possible and make the pain end. It is a red wave coming from Kez in this, the final for the junior men's under 19 first sculls. Bradley Taylor and Drew van der Zee out in front, side by side, teammate and teammate. On their left-hand side, it's Alex Christie from Kez in lane 1.
And that's that. Who's that? 5.
And Liam Root from Jeppe. What are you? Brad Taylor just ahead of Drew van der Zee. Brad Taylor giving it all that he's got, going for gold in that scull. Drew van der Zee, his teammate, and it looks like it's gonna be a sweep for the Kez boys. Gold to Taylor, silver to van der Zee. Alex Christie coming in, grabbing that bronze. Liam Rutt coming in now in lane 5. Sachs Fredrickson. And it looks like Carrara coming in. He's moved out into lane 5. And just behind them, coming down fast in the lanes, it is the straight final, 3-boat race. Junior women's under 16, coxed 4. Holy Rosary de Kaiser lane 2. St. Cilians Fendikirk lane 3. And Appleby from Somerset in lane 4.
Who's not where?
Unfortunately, Somerset not out in the race. Yeah, we got a sick rower, so not able to make it out. So it's a 2-boat race between Holy Rosary and Stylians. Colorado finishing off under the junior men's under 19 first single sculls. And looking at the junior women's under 16 coxed 4s now. Nice to have the parents back on the balcony. All the enthusiasm, support for all their clubs and teams. Holy Rosary de Kaiser bringing it home, looking for that gold. Sincidi and Sputniker crew going for silver.
Sorry, as they pushed forward.
Gentlemen, having a friendly race. And the straight final for the senior women's B doubles on their way down now. Rhodes, Ranki in lane 2. Diplock from DRC and Tux in lane 3. Gerbavas from Adibas in lane 4 and Webb from Tux in lane 5. It is probably the dip lock crew from Tux, lane 3 out in the lead.
Christian, go boy, you got this, eh?
So we've got 2 Tux boats coming in, making their way to the finish line. It looks like lane 3 Tux dip lock in the lead, followed by Webb from Tux lane 5. In this, the senior women's B doubles.
Watch as the afternoon progresses and the juice starts to flow. How the energy here will. What?
Durban Rowing Club and Tux coming in for the gold medal for the women's B doubles. Beautiful rowing from these women. Pretty strong headwinds out there for these small boats.
I would get my colleagues to splash water on me.
It's the Webb crew from Tux coming in silver medal position.
Yeah.
All right, so here they come, the last 2 boats in the B women's double. Rhodes and Madiba's on their way in, but just behind them And I wouldn't be surprised if they catch up. It is this final for the junior men's under 16 doubles. Rondebosch, Redemeyer in lane 1. Gray, Fisher in lane 2. Perton from St. Albans in lane 3. Onyenekwe from Jeppe in lane 4. Sachs Hardhoff in lane 5. And McGregor from Somerset, lane 6. Those young men are coming down these lanes, and they're coming at a heck of a clip. I can see the Rhodes women paddling for their lives to get out of the way.
I've got Madiba's is in the purple.
So in the outside lane, what you're looking at now, so we've got the Madiba's women's B double coming, finishing. Still the Rhodes boat coming in. Those ladies in the purple tri-suits getting out of the way for the gray boat that's coming right up behind them. But in the outside lanes, now we're calling 2 races simultaneously. It is St. Albans Perton coming, and they're coming in fast. Just to their right, it's Onyenekwe from Jeppe. Those 2 boats having a race for gold and silver for the junior men's under 16 doubles. St. Albans Perton out in front of Onyenekwe from Jeppe, and a hard charging Gray up against Somerset McGregor crew in the outside lane. It is Gray in lane 2 making their boat move. Somerset trying to keep up, but I think that Gray is rode right through Somerset College. Gray now clear water as they finish ahead of Somerset. The Runkey crew from Rhodes making their way to the finish. And Sachs Hardhoff coming in now to finish off the junior men's under 16 doubles. Back to the sculls and the headwinds. When the wind blows, it blows. Vinan from DSG lane 1. Jade Bernan from St. Andrews in lane 2. Kenya Simpson, St. Stithians lane 3. Gabby Manson, St. Andrews lane 4. Robin Moore, St. Andrews lane 5. Angela Ilgner, St. Mary's lane 6.
Old Eds. Old Eds from race 129. O'Haley, can you please come to the regatta office? A representative from Old Eds, please, to regatta office.
Oops, sorry. Luckily, it was my only my. It was my shoe.
You got touchscreen on.
Yes.
So here we go. It is Jade Bernand in lane 2, well out ahead of the field. And she's coming in hot for that gold medal. And what a show. Angela Ilgner out in lane 6 from St. Mary's. Out there racing her own race, and it looks like she's in the silver medal position. Kenya Simpson from St. Stithians, looking over her shoulder, looks like she might be bronze medal contention. DSG Vineland also holding her own. Gabby Manson just off Kenya Simpson's stern. And then we've got the St. Andrews Moor. Beyond that. But with that bound number for lane 2, Jade Bernand looking for that gold medal for the Junior Women's Under 19 first single sculls. St. Mary's Ilgner, hot pursuit in the second place, looking for that silver. Kenya Simpson, Clearwater ahead of Gabby Manson, looking for the bronze. And that's a wrap for Jade Bernand. Gold medal for St. Andrews. St. Mary's pulling in the silver. St. Stithians, bronze medal, looking like it's going to Kenya Simpson. Only once she crosses that line, but a hard charging Vinand from DSG in lane 1. And she is looking to pip Gabby Manson from St. Andrews. Gabby in a last burst to keep ahead of DSG. The two ladies over the line and more to close off this final for the Junior Women's Under 19 first single sculls. Okay, now we are moving on to the final for the Junior Men's Under 19 second coxless fours, a straight final, which means they didn't have to go through the heats to get here. St. John's Burger Crew in lane 2. I affectionately call the young burger the slider. He's the smaller of the burgers. Rawstorn from St. Benedict's lane 3. Weldon from Bishop's lane 4. And St. John's Kingwell lane 5. I'm only seeing 3 boats out on the water, but that might be me. Out in the lead, it is the Bishop's crew, the Weldon crew from Bishop's in lane 4. And then we've got Berger, Slider and crew from St. John's in the 2nd place position, followed by the Kingwell crew from St. John's. So the Bishop's Weldon crew doing what needs to be done to make sure that that gold medal goes in there around their necks at the end of the day. They are ahead with several boat lengths, ahead of Slider and crew from St. John's, otherwise known as Berger, and Kingwell crew from St. John's looking like they are going to get the bronze. Following on from the junior men's under 19 second coxless fours, it will be the senior women's C category single sculls. That will be a 1,000 meter race, so you'll see them setting up here shortly. First, we're finishing off our second coxless fours. Bishop's going for gold, St. John's Berger crew going for silver, St. John's Kingwell going for bronze. To give you an indication of what the wind is doing as the St. John's crew is coming down in the outside lane, as they're bringing their blades back, they're catching some of those waves, and you see the big splash. So on that recovery, they pick up the waves from the wind. And when the fatigue sets in, then they're not also getting their blades just high enough over the water, feathering them back and grabbing into the catch, which will slow them down. This is the Kingwell crew from St. John's going for bronze in the second coxless fours. Next up, we're looking down the water at the start for the women's C singles sculls. Buffalo Vestizen in lane 1. We've got a Masters rower Carpenter from Old Eds in lane 2. Nokoika from Western Cape lane 3. Dimbaza, Walter Sisulu lane 4. Mongele from Madibas in lane 5. And Rumutanya from Western Cape in lane 6. Looks like one of our scullers is taking a tip into the river. Our safety boat's going over to assist. They're right there by the creek. I can see the rower. Athlete's fine. Blades are moving, trying to roll in and get back in. Looks like a Western Cape rower that tipped over. And which Yana, I suspect, but we also have a Western Cape rower coming down. Nokekwa, probably the lane 3 rower is out in lane 7. And I see Buffalo Vestes in lane 1 coming down. So we've got 2 boats moving, these scullers, and 1 being helped up. And behind that, it is the doubles, the junior men's under 15 doubles, race 139. And Vesteisen from Buffalo making her way in the first place position, looking for gold in the senior women's C division single sculls. It's hard going with this headwind, I can say. Even some white caps blowing up the river. But in coming down now in the lanes, the final for the junior men's under 15 doubles from the earlier heats. St. Albans Eden crew in lane 1, Sherwood from St. Benedict's lane 2, and Cozy from St. Benedict's lane 3, Crossan from St. Albans lane 4, Perry from St. Benedict's in lane 5, and Rogers from Gray in lane 5. I mean, sorry, in lane 6, Gray in lane 6.
Behind this is the master.
Yeah. That is St. Benedict's Perry crew out in the lead and looking on the inside lanes. St. Albans Eden crew giving it some serious horns. They are looking for that silver. But St. Benedict's Perry says the gold is ours. St. Albans going for silver. And the race is on between St. Benedict's and Grey High for third place in this, the junior men's under 15 doubles. Perry just about to cross that line. Hard charging St. Albans. And St. Benedict's Sherwood crew pulling out ahead of Grey High. St. Albans crossing crew in pursuit of Grey, but that's Rogers just about to cross the line. And then we've got Nkosi from St. Benedict's to close off this final for the junior men's under 15 doubles. And on his way down now, it is the Masters Men Singles Sculls final. Rob Riccardi in this one too, because he hasn't had enough racing today already. So this is now the Masters Men Singles Sculls. It's a 1,000 meter race. Madiba's Rowing Club in lane 2, Murison. Rob Riccardi sporting the bright green from Ravens in lane 3. Ben Bernand. I'm sorry, Rob Riccardi in the darker green from Ravens, lane 3. Ben Bernand in the bright green from Ravens in lane 4. And Krumer from Villa Rudavarian, he is in lane 5. And he, if I know him, he's got his yellow headband on.
Okay, that's
As we are watching our men come in here in the Master Singles Sculls. Just an announcement for the lane draws. You know who you are. The women's senior coxless 4, Power of the Pride, the awesome hair for the women's Singles Sculls. And the men's Grand Challenge coxless 4 and the men's singles and the silver sculls for the men's senior event. Those lane draws, as we do at Buffalo, the lane draws happening at 1 o'clock by the trophies in the clubhouse. Ben Bernand taking this race and making it his own for a gold. Murison from Madiba's second place position, and the race is on for third. Rob Riccardi going all out in the bright green for Ravens. He's up against Krumer. Those guys rode down upriver together. Now they're rowing downriver together. Up and down.
Cowboys are coming next.
Yeah.
They should have already probably started.
That's a gold for Ravens. Bernand, Ravens, Riccardi looking for that bronze. But a silver goes to Madiba's Rowing Club. Rob is digging deep, pushing down. Can he do it? Will he bring home the bronze? I don't know. That's a tight race. Over to the finish tower for that one. Fabulous racing to our Masters single scullers. I think that they are cursing the wind right about now. Next up, it is a final for the junior men's under 19. First, coxless 4s. Kez van der Pfeiffer. They're in lane 1. The St. Benedict's crew in lane 2. Fletcher from Sachs, lane 3. St. John's Herman, lane 4. Lane 5, Sachs, Karstens. And lane 6, Bishops, Carter. These fours are on their way down the course, firing in all cylinders, fighting the wind, fighting each other, looking for gold, looking for silver, looking for bronze. Who's it going to be? They're just about at the 1,000 meter mark. Is it? That's useful to know.
Are they red and blue?
It sounds like from my eye in the sky, Eagle Media. See what I did there? Eagle Media, the eye in the sky. It looks like the red and blue, that is St. Benedict's out in the lead.
So it's 2, 1, 3.
Kez van der Pfeiffer looking strong as well. They're here on the inside lane. So it sounds like from the eye in the sky that it is St. Benedict's out in front. Kez van der Pfeiffer looking like a second place position. It might be Sachs Fletcher in third. St. John's Herman crew off the pace slightly, as is the Sachs Karstens crew and Bishops Carter.
Let's go, Sachs! Come on, Sachs!
If I could have Atlachang Saleka, please come to the commentators section on the balcony in the clubhouse. Atlachang Saleka, please report to the commentators box on the balcony in the clubhouse.
Let's go, Sachs!
St. Benedict's torching the field. We've got Kez in hot pursuit. Sachs Fletcher in lane 3. They are chasing those medals. And then a second race happening between St. John's and Sachs and Bishops in the loud outer 3 lanes.
Right. Go, Sachs! Let's go, Sachs! Come on, boys! Look up the
first. They're pulling on hard onto the first.
All right, our finalists are approaching the clubhouse, and this is one big, mighty competition. It is St. Benedict's out in the lead. They've got Clearwater ahead of Kez. Kez just ahead of Sachs at this point in the race. The Thunder Pfeiffer twins are doing their best to hold on to the silver medal position. The Sachs dads behind me making it hard. But that is a gold medal for St. Benedict's. Kez breaking away from Sachs into silver. Bronze medal going to Sachs. St. John's just ahead of the Sachs Karstens crew and the Bishop's crew. So Bishop's Carter just off the stern of St. John's, followed by Sachs Karstens. St. John's settling for fourth place, Bishop's fifth, and Sachs Karstens finishing off that heat. A mighty, mighty race indeed. On to the next race, because we are not done. We're nowhere near done. Up next, it is the senior women's A pairs, a final, a straight final. In lane 1, Tux House. In lane 2, Eugene Nicholson crew. In lane 3, Tux Williams, Morgans from Tux lane 4, and Lamont from UCT lane 5. And just a reminder, I think some of the athletes might even be out on the water, but the lane draw for our Grand Challenge Silver Sculls, Pride. Those lane draws will be in the clubhouse, 1 o'clock. Your favorite thing from me is when I tell you to move your cars. Guess what? I'm back with that announcement. I've got 4 cars that are parked up by the Transnet shade area that please, please, please urgently need to move your cars. This coming from the parking guards up top sought me out and said they really urgently need to move their vehicles. KGP 487 Eastern Cape plates. MG01SV GP plates. HVC 531 Eastern Cape plates. And KNY 793 Eastern Cape plates. Again, KGP 487 Eastern Cape, MG015V, or SV, sorry, GP plates, HVC 531 Eastern Cape, and Eastern Cape KNY 793. Please go move your cars with immediate effect. Thank you. My other announcement is once again a reminder about the lane draws for the later on finals for Power of the Pride. That's the women's coxless 4. The Awesome Hair event, which is the women's final for the single sculls, the grand challenge for the men's coxless 4s, and silver sculls, the men's single sculls. Those lane draws happening by the trophies in just a few minutes. 1 o'clock, that lane draw will take place. So a representative from those athletes needs to be present for the lane draw. Thank you. And the bow number of U2, that makes them very, very cool. That is the Nicholson crew from UJ coming in to finish off in the gold medal position for the women's A pairs. It looks like the Williams crew coming in now from Tux in lane 3. And it looks like Tux House coming in lane 1. And that's UJ over the line for a gold medal. Congratulations, ladies. I lied, that's lane 4. Now that the bow number's in view, it's actually lane 4. Tux Morgan's crew coming in. So that is the St. John's Clutie crew in lane 6 on the far side. And the St. John's Tyndall crew has moved into lane 2 just to be closer to the parents in the clubhouse. But Bishop's Weldon doing all the damage and looking for that gold medal. And they are on the move. They've got Clearwater ahead of Clutie from St. John's. The junior men's under 19 second pairs. And the gold medal looks like it belongs to Bishops. They are almost done, a few strokes away from glory. Golden glory. It's a disco party in the clubhouse now, going back to the 70s. Clutie over the line for St. John's. Tyndall over the line for St. John's in just a few more strokes. And it's big boats on their way down now. These guys are coming in. They're coming in hot. It is the junior men's under 16 eights, a final from the heats on Thursday. In lane 1, Young crew from Bishops, the house crew from St. John's in lane 2, Rawstorn from St. Benedict's lane 3, Waldeck Cooks from St. Stithians lane 4, Waldman Kes lane 5, and in lane 6, St. Andrews, it is the Allen crew. All right, according to the eye in the sky, looking down the lanes, according to Eagle Media, it looks like it is St. Stithians, Waldeck Cooks out in the lead with St. Benedict's Rawstorn second place position, Kes Waldman in the third place position, as these young men in their eights for the under 16s approach the finished last 500 rather.
all athletes that are participating in the Power of the Pride, the awesome hair, the Silver Skulls and Grand Challenge can have a representative, at least one representative from each of those crews to report to the trophies upstairs so we can do the draw, please.
Kez has fallen off the pace, and it looks like St. John's now in the third place position. It is a race between St. Benedict's, St. Stithians, and St. John's. My eye in the sky. Bringing the video to you from Eagle Media. But there's a race happening on the outside. Kez and St. Andrews in lanes 5 and 6. The inside lanes between St. Stithians and St. Benedict's. That is where it's all happening. Gold and silver on the line between those two boats. St. John's house crew coming down in lane 2, looking like they might be in the third place position. And the Bishop's Young crew in lane 1. A roar from the crowd, bringing these boys down. Lots of support. St. Benedict's now rating up, and they are flexing. Looking strong. And I hear the parents cheering for St. Stithians. I can hear behind me St. Benedict's parents yelling down the river for the boys. St. Benedict's Rostorn out in the lead, half a boat length ahead of St. Stithians. Waldeck Cooks. St. John's now sitting in the bronze medal position. That is the house crew. And a nice race actually shaping up between Kez Waldman, Bishop's Young. But I think now Kez out ahead of Bishop's and ahead of St. Andrews. St. Benedict's about to cross the line. They will be our gold medal winners for the under-16 junior men's 8s. Silver to St. Stithians. And a bronze medal looking like it belongs to St. John's. A few strokes away. And St. John's in the third place position with a bronze medal. Kez coming in fourth. That's the Waldman crew, followed by St. Andrews. And in lane 1, Bishop's Young. Fantastic rowing from our athletes. I think we've got a hand up with the safety crew coming down. Boats drifting back into the lanes. Please be careful. Big props to our medic crew, safety crew out in the water looking after our athletes, taking care of them. We need.
Bill wants one of us in there. You want to fall out here? I might be.
Yeah.
You're doing the draw, the lane draws for.
And I think it's time to draw the lane draw for the awesome hair, Power of the Pride. And then we've got the Grand Challenge lane draw and Silver Skulls.
And we're looking on the water at the moment. So the umpires are sorting it out. There is a race underway, and it is Kez in the lead with St. Benedict's just behind them. And on the far side, the next St. Benedict's boat right next to St. Albans. Inside lane, that looks like the Selborne crew. The umpires are just going to keep things nice and tidy, especially the far St. Benedict's crew. We've just got to be careful. Oh. So Kez coming through, nice and strong behind them. Next St. Benedict's crew wishing them along. There's been a slight change in that crew, but I think they've slotted in another rower there. Ben Riccardi Cox wishing them closer to that Kez crew. Kez going to take it. And on the far side, the umpires are just corralling the rows around St. Stithian's boat. And St. Benedict's are very close to St. Albans. They are coming through for the line. Last few strokes. There is a third place on the line here. St. Benedict's is close. So too St. Albans. They lunge for the line. And it's going to be a beep finish. Jeppy coming through to conclude that race. So St. Stithians just gathering themselves, turning the boat around. Good response there from the teams. Got to stay hydrated, keep the sunscreen up.
So we are looking at the junior men's under 19 first doubles. Gray Douglas in lane 1, Aiden from St. Albans lane 2, Pereira from Jeppy lane 3, St. Albans Muller lane 4, Adelima St. Albans lane 5, and the Wyatt crew from Rondebosch lane 6. Rob, how is it looking out there?
It's a well-deserved first place for Adelima at the moment. He helped me get in the boat earlier, a real gentleman from St. Albans. And
we raise him good.
He pays it forward and he's taking out this race. The conditions are very tricky out there, and there are different conditions the whole way down the course. There is water moving in every direction. It's hard to keep the blade, and these athletes are doing a superb job of keeping it nice and tidy. Look at them go. St. Albans in the lead. They are going to control this. You've got to slow down the rate, because if you keep the rate up, you're going to go for a swim.
I'm just.
Are we going to see you at Rmb? Are we going to see you at Rmb?
And the second St. Albans crew coming through. Rondebosch, a well-deserved third position, and the water is hard. They cross the line and the current just pushes them back onto the course. It is not easy. And the JP crews fighting it out.
JP
ahead
Pereira.
Of the Muller St. Albans crew.
Muller.
And they are a good, strong team, and they are fighting just to keep the boat going in a straight line. Rondebosch over the moon with their third position. They fought hard for that, and that means a lot to those boys. Jeppy holding on over the line, and one of the boys is having a moment.
And let's just remind all the athletes, parents, and coaches, volunteers as well, please just top up on your water. Please hydrate. The sun is taking it out of us, and it's taking it out fast, so make sure that you are hydrating throughout the day. If you're feeling thirsty, it's already too late. Drink, drink, drink.
And the Somerset
moms
College
are now
commit
just
fully.
downing the GNTs. That's not what I meant.
Hydrate sensibly, please.
Sensibly. Water too. Just straight water, not straight gin. The senior men's A doubles now coming down a three-boat race. Tux Ferreira in lane 2. Bacher from UCT lane 3. Tux Rollins in lane 4.
Eugene Bester, if you could please come through to the commentators' tower so we buy the medals. And Basil O'Healy from Old Heads, you know who you are because I've got your surname right after all these years. It's not O'Healy, it's O'Healy. So Basil and Eugene Bester, if you have a moment, please come up to the commentator section near the medals and the trophies. You can come have a look at the Silver Sculls trophy. Quite a masterpiece.
Is that all battery teaching, right, coach?
And that is
Tux
Troy
Ferreira.
Zellen, Tux Ferreira.
And Tux Rollins on their way in. It is the senior men's A doubles. Gold medal to the Ferreira crew. Silver to Rollins. UCT's not out on the water.
Okay. That guy's possible.
All right, looking up the water, we've got 2 8s coming down. It's mixed 8s for the seniors. UCT in lane 3, Fort Hare in lane 4, the Hill Crew in lane 3, Sifu Crew from Fort Hare in lane 4, Rob.
Check, check.
You're on. Is it flashing?
And Kaz, I'm back in action. Batteries died out there.
It's understandable that the batteries died on you. I'm not so sure about your mic because it's been sitting idle all day.
No, but I've been speaking all day, so obviously all that
My mic,
work.
on the other hand,
I'd just like a round of applause for Kaz, who's been speaking for 7 hours. So that is absolutely fantastic. She's American voice of South African rowing. We fly in every weekend from wherever she is to come speak.
Wherever she is in the world.
Wherever she is in the world, and it's worth it.
You know what the funny thing was in Lithuania at the World Rowing, the Junior World Rowing Champs, Rob? You're not listening to me. I was just saying. The World Rowing Junior Worlds in Lithuania back in August. The commentator was an American lady. And people were messaging me left, right, and center the whole week long saying, it's so great to have you. I was like, it's not me.
I know.
It's not me. But we sounded very similar, apparently.
The most important thing is just go with it.
What's that?
Yeah. Just go with it next time.
Just go with it. It is me. It's all me. It's always me.
And so we are still looking for some of our top rowers. So there is Eugene Bester and Baz O'Healy. So it's a Ravens rower. We do have Dwayne Ramos. We've left him there to hold up the pillar by the bridge. Make sure everybody stays safe there. He will be in that team. So Baz O'Healy, if you could please come through to the commentator section. We have Reg to introduce you to. He's going to be stroking Masters Quad 4 VLC.
Those 8s are coming down now, Rob. We're looking on the water. UCT Hill Crew out in front of Fort Hare.
And I'll tell you the biggest challenge at the moment, because the water is ruffled up there, your arms start to load up, and usually you get NLM, which is negative leg mass, but you get a forearm, so it's Popeye forearms, and you start going, and all of a sudden your forearms become quite massive because you can't actually get that connection. So I think you're seeing a lot of the energy expenditures like very different to what the athletes are used to. And that is making it very, very tricky physically.
Yeah, no, definitely for sure. This is some challenging physical rowing today. It's almost a taste of coastal rowing on the river.
And the UCT crew are coming through. That is a mixed crew. And that's a beauty about South African rowing. You know, you row at school, get to varsity, and you meet everybody that you've raced against your entire life, and you're in the same boat. So that's UCT. And now they're showing what they've got. Half a lung, they've picked up the power. And that is absolutely strong, powerful rowing.
Is our guy in the bow seat wearing the yellow cap? Do you think he's from Rondebosch originally?
Could be.
I'm going to guess maybe.
And that is the power that they bring to this racing. Oh, even a little bit of peacocking at the end, a bit of showboating, we like that. And it's not that easy in these conditions.
No, you see, I mean, as the boats are stopping, even these giant 8s, the wind is so strong that it's just blowing them right back up onto the course. Here comes University Fort Hare, the CFO crew.
So, UFH, those red blades are really cool, and you can see that work of that team. Connection, drive, and that is so hard to bring together. They make it look quite easy, and in these conditions, that is commendable. Well done, UFH. So we are very fortunate to have Lytton Kuma with us, just fresh from the Sculls and living his best life. Lytton, it's great to have you here. I know you like racing for an Austrian team. Tell us about that.
About 10 years ago I went over to Austria and started rowing there. In 1973 we went with the South African Wimmerpan crew to Europe, and we rowed in Klagenfurt, which is just down the road. And I decided then I'm going to go and live there.
Oh, wow. And that's why you ended up living in Austria.
Right. That's 10 years ago I finally got there.
Now, Austria is absolute paradise. But I'm not sure if everybody knows exactly who you are. You know, and this is a thing. Because if you go look at the Silver Skull winners, 1971, 1973, 1974, and they've told me there's a fourth one somewhere. How many times have you won the Silver Skulls?
4 times, yeah.
4 times. And that 4th time, where is it? What year was it?
I can't remember. I'm too old now.
But that is really impressive. And for you to come back, and the beautiful thing about it is, for me, it was an absolute privilege to race with you, because on my one side, I had Ben Bernand, you know, he's the double winner, Lytton Kuma, quadruple winner, and Wade from the Madibas, from PE Racing, and everybody was just awesome. And you got a yellow card. Tell us about your yellow card.
I had to work really hard for that because the wind was blowing down the course and there were too many 8s coming up to go to the start, and I was in the way all the time as usual. Yeah. So I kept moving onto the course to let the 8s through, but there were races coming down, and the umpire was getting a little twitchy about me sitting in the course. So 4 times she told me to get the hell out of the way. So I had to get out of the way. Then I got a ticket for that too. Yeah. So life is fun.
Life is fun. I saw you pushing that boundary, and I was going, it's got to be a Silver Sculler thing, because Silver Sculler's always ready to pounce. It's great to have you here. You've rowed over like so many decades. You're back at Buffalo. How have things changed? Is it exactly the same as the early 70s?
And they asked me that at the start and said, is it very different? I said, it's probably the one thing in South Africa that hasn't changed. Wow. And it's still a great place to come and row, great crowds, great people. Fantastic to see how many new oarsmen there are and how many young people are rowing again. And I wish them all the luck, and I hope it really carries on like that. That's fantastic.
Listen, it's an absolute privilege to have you here with us. And I asked you something while we were on the water, and I said, you know, the trophies that we see in front of us, when did they arrive? But they were here in the early 70s as well.
Oh, well, I think the Silver Skulls was here in the early 1907, 1908s, I think. Wow. So those trophies have been here for many years. As school children, we always said, oh, you want to take that home. And now they say, no, you can't. You've got to leave it here.
And it's an absolute tradition. And listen, I'll say one last thing, and this is very important, is that today is a special day to have here, but for me it's even a more special day because I can proudly say that I pipped a quadruple silver skull champion on the line.
Well done, thank you, and congratulations.
Yeah, and we shall now have a photograph together to celebrate.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
All coaches, please note, we are suspending launching. Please note, do not launch your boats.
All athletes, coaches, MICs, please note that launching has been stopped. This last race will come down. There's lightning in the area, and we will let you know when we can resume launching again.
And those are the Medivas coming across the line. Those are going to be the most fashionable tri-suits we've seen. They are looking great. And the rest of the teams, it is now coming to the last few strokes. And that is great work from these teams. They are working really hard. Medivas at the top, but they are under pressure. And that is such difficult work in such treacherous conditions. Old Ed's crew right at the top. I recognize some of those guys. In fact, we need Basil in the VLC boat. I see him there. So as soon as he gets off the water, just send him along to Reg.
Please be aware the lightning is only 15 kilometers, approximately 15 kilometers away. Please clear the jetties, seek shelter.
I just want to say some thank yous to...
Yeah, go out. It's downtime.
Hi, and while we're having a break, I think just an opportunity to say some thank yous. So first and foremost, Rmb, and if you aren't aware, this is the 10th anniversary of Rmb supporting Rowing South Africa. It's been a phenomenal sort of journey with them. And just during the week, we were talking about how we're setting up our crews for LA Olympics and how Rmb are supporting. And just to put it into context, these regattas do not happen without the likes of corporate sponsors like Rmb. And then parents, if you are listening to this, just take a second to have a look at your coaches. And I know every now and again someone will get frustrated with a coach, someone's not selected. But if you look over at these jetties and you look at the effort these coaches put in, there is nothing for me more beautiful than seeing these youngsters, you know, a couple of years out of school, possibly at one of the universities, and they just fully committed to your kids, making sure they're safe, making sure they, you know, to get on this water and get up to the start and fight through this headwind is quite a task. And these guys are learning awesome, I believe, business skills for the future, just about how to sort of energize youngsters, get them on the water, get them across. And then the last two things is please spare a thought to our officials. They're out there all 3 days. They are here at sort of 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, going up and down all day. So if you think you're exhausted by the end of the day, give a little thought for our officials. And again, they've got to put up with grumpy old masters like ourselves when we get yellow cards. And then lastly as well, to our commentators. And I was just saying to Kaz earlier on, yesterday they said we're tired. You know, they'd been here at 6 o'clock and finished at 7. And there was genuineness in that voice of tiredness. So give a thought to everyone that's required in our rowing community to make these regattas happen. Thanks.
Thank you, Ben Bernand. Masters rower getting ready for his race a little bit late in the day. That is going to be a great race. Looking forward to it. Men's B final, 2 kilometers. Yo. See how much water was in it? Coming out.
We're just on a bit of a weather watch at the moment while we're on the break. So we haven't launched any boats for the last few minutes. Just make sure you are drinking lots of water, hydrating. We're seeing a lot of our athletes suffering from dehydration and getting the heat exhaustion. So please, please, please do encourage your kids, encourage yourselves, your friends, whoever you're sitting with, your coaches, to please make sure that they are taking in enough water throughout the day.
Greg.
No, no.
Greg is looking for you. I'm going to stay where it's kind of quiet.
Yeah, otherwise it's a...
So I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Because that's a new trophy. When did that come in?
Last year.
So for those who haven't been to Buffalo before, I know for me it was a real eye-opener to understand the legacy, the tradition that is the Buffalo Regatta, and I fell in love instantaneously with, you know, the river. It's got its own personality, the people around us, and but the history and the tradition. And as part of that, you know, you've got the names of all the previous winners, but you got the trophies. Tell us about that, Ben.
Yeah. So I mean, if you go have a look at the trophies, especially the Grand Challenge and the Diamond Sculls, I always forget how old they are, but it's like close to 100 years. And just so you're aware, that is solid silver. So you're probably looking, and I got to say this quietly, I think it's about 2 or 3 million rand sitting in 2 trophies there. And then what was great was last year there was a lot of debate to go. Times have moved on, and now we've got some awesome female rowers coming through. What can we do about them? And Rmb stepped up, and they've created just 2 of the most magnificent trophies for the women, for the scull and for the coxes 4 as well.
Yeah, and if you think about the athletes that come through, it's a proper progression, because you can see the school kids coming through, the youngsters, you see the university crews, and there is such a step up, and then you see our Olympians, and it's such a sport that you can, you know, you're racing alongside your heroes effectively. I mean, it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, and let's start there. I mean, let's think about the men's race. So get ready, the men's Diamond Scull. It's just been held for a couple of minutes because of the lightning. But we've got Chris Baxter, straight back from the Paris Olympics. Damien Kuhn, his current partner, training towards Los Angeles. And then the dark horse. And again, if we start to run a little tote here, I don't know if there's any Lebanese parents around, but we have Murray Bale Smith. And he is definitely in there with a shout. And then when you talk about different levels, you have young Mr. Zillen. And don't count him completely out. There's a tough, nuggety young man there. So in about an hour and a half, 2 hours, if lightning moves away, you're going to see the Diamond Sculls. And a little bit about the dynamic of the Diamond Sculls. It doesn't get raced in its order. It gets raced at a time. So it's always when the current's the best. So they will stop all other racing in order to do the Diamond Sculls. That's the history of the event. Also, you don't get your lanes based on your time. There was an official draw, and it brings a little bit of pageantry and excitement because the lanes are not 100% equal depending on what the conditions are, but you basically have to play the hand you dealt. And then the same thing on the ladies' side. It is going to be, I believe it could be the cracker of the weekend. There is, and I know they're a little bit nervous, and I don't want to make them more nervous, but Paige Barnhorse, Courtney Wesley, that is going to be a race. And then to your point, Robbie, the nice thing is we've got young Donnay also in that race, and they're getting a chance to row with these people who've been at the Olympics only, you know, a little while ago, and that's their progression, that's their step up.
Yeah, it's absolutely superb. I could speak about it all day, and I love all these athletes because they're real ambassadors of the sport. They're absolutely superb. But I've got to speak about the VLC sprints a few weeks back, and you know, people say it's only 1,000-meter racing, but Courtney Wesley just pulled one out of the bag, and it was so wonderful to see somebody challenging somebody, and the fact that she was able to take Paige out and beat her in the 1,000 meters was a superb race, and it's going to set us up for a great event today.
If officials, I think there's one of the boats might have flown. I think someone's going out to get it now. No, absolutely, and so what people don't realize is Robbie is actually a well-established triathlete. And one of the best stories I heard about competition, and you're going to get the names better than I am, there was the Brownlee brothers, and then there was a Spanish triathlete. And for years, they were adversaries. But instead of them sort of almost hating one another, they loved the fact that they pushed one another. And I think what we're going to be seeing today in that woman's scull, or what, from VLC to now, is that great spirit. You've got to go out, you've got to race one another, but after that race, you respect one another. And we're joined by Chris Baxter. If anyone is near us, the tall man in the black shirt with the red is Chris Baxter, and it's worth making an effort about him. Not only did he go to the Paris Olympics, but you won't find a better ambassador for rowing, I think, worldwide. I've seen him the whole weekend helping his crews on, inspiring his crews, and then when Paige Bardenhorst needed to get on the water, he carries her blades down. There are no airs or graces. We know he comes from a big family. I was told a big family who has interesting Christmas functions. But what an ambassador, and then I'm going to plug something here quickly. We have something called the Sustainability Trust, and the intention of the Sustainability Trust is to get a bunch of parents together. We want to raise somewhere between 20 and 50 million. And before you go, 20, 50 million, it's not a lot. If you have a look around the parents you've got the industry business connected to, and the reason we want to do that is we want to make sure that Chris gets the same support as his British counterparts, as his German counterparts, as his Dutch counterparts. If you committed to the sport, if your kids are loving the sport, this is the pinnacle, this is the top end, and we got to support guys like this to get to LA and then the next group on to Brisbane. So, Rob, another interesting thing this morning. So Chris is here. We won't ask him because he's got to focus on his race. But what was really good this morning was the racing was supposed to be at about between 6 and 7. And so a bunch of all the A scullers, men and women, went up to the top. And it was special because there was almost this like air traffic control, just this rotation of people and trying to figure out how much to warm up, how not to warm up. It was just a lot of time trying to work out what do you do. And I think the same thing now. I think all the guys in that will be going, when's the lightning going to happen? They want to time this right. They want to warm up. They want to be on form. So.
And that's a great thing. It's not an event. It's an event that is in the environment. Everything that's around you is going to play a part. You've either got a headwind, a tailwind, a crosswind, you've got a current, you don't have a current, you've got flat mirrored water. They throw everything at you here. So I think that's real life. You're getting stuck in, you don't know what's going on. Right at the start, it is such a privilege to be in racing with guys who know what they're doing, and you learn. And I sort of every time I come here, I go, if Ben Bonan's doing that, I'm going to copy him just a little bit. But it's great, and you're speaking about the triathletes, Jonathan Alistair Brownlee with Javier Gomez.
There we go. Yeah.
Javier Gomez was the guy that said, you've got to break 32 minutes in a 10-kilometer run.
Yeah.
And so then the Brownlee brothers rock up, breaking 32 minutes in a 10K run off the bike after a swim. And then they go, let's do 31 minutes. Yeah. And so Javier Gomez goes, it's going to take me 30 minutes to beat the brothers. And then the brothers go, we got to try, and that's what it does, is it just sets the bar higher, higher, higher. Yeah. So it is such a privilege to have all the Olympians that we have here, the university athletes, because you see how high the bar is.
Yeah. Absolutely. And that's why I take my hats off to them. Just to put into context, our national squad at the moment, and I hope I don't get this wrong, are sort of in a 5-hour, 6-hour a day training regime. So it's 3 long sessions in a block. I think they're in their strength block or something at the moment. And so that's gym, that's 20 Ks on the water and another session. And so the fact that they'll take some time out, come have some racing, and allow the youngsters to see them. And what was beautiful this morning was you saw their rituals. Everyone's got their ritual again. You know from your triathlon days. But to see how they warm up, what they eat, what they think, and again, just to watch the favorites just now, just looking at the conditions, deciding how they're going to change their blades, you learn, and that's the beauty of having a smaller community. We're very close to it.
It's all control or MRCs or coaches?
To discuss when we restart.
Okay.
The lightning, yeah.
Excellent. So we've just got an update from the POJ. If we could get all the coaches and the MRCs to meet at commission control, they are going to go through the regulations and the next steps of getting the regatta back on track. So they will give us an update on the lightning alerts, where they are with it, and so if all coaches, MRCs could meet at commission control forthwith. And we're speaking about traditions. I've got a tradition that I'm going to be using today, and it's going to be based on things that you'd go, Rob, it wasn't really planned, but I will always be wearing a pink wrist guard, and I'll be wearing you are wearing this because you were the St. Andrews mod squad, dressing up every day as supporters crews, but that was proper fashion. And I even saw you doing like that little sweat thing, and I was going, oh, he's bringing those tennis vibes to rowing.
We should actually share that for the athletes who come down to Buffalo. We should have a cheat sheet. But we're talking earlier on to Murray Bale Smith, and yep, you forget it's humid, so you get quite sweaty at the top. And on tri-suits, it's made out of lycra, so you really can't sort of wipe the sweat out of your eyes. So having a sweatband or having one of those sweat towels in the boat is not a bad idea. And another little cheat code is when the weather does get more bumpy, is to put a sponge in the boat. And that's just to sponge any water that gets into your boat.
We are looking for a pair of sunglasses, blue lenses, white frame. If anybody's found those pair of sunglasses, please bring them up to us. We think they may have fallen in or around the jetty. So if you do see those sunglasses, please bring them through to the commentators section. Thank you very much.
And then trying to think what the big races later on. So obviously we're going to have the boys 8. And again, the stories are being told, things are shaping up. There's a bunch of crews, and what's really nice, exciting, it was nice to see Rondebosch yesterday, Bishop have some good races, and now it's going to be a humdinger. We know some Benedicts are, having to substitute one of their youngsters out. We hope young Mr. Rawbeck is okay. Cares are going to come as hard as they can. St. John's are not going to allow them to take anything, for granted. St. Stidians are there, so that's going to be awesome. We're going to move across to the girls' squad, and again, I think there's one thing though. I am sympathizing. Robert, you and you've raced more races than I have this weekend, but I'm I'm done. I could easily just go, let's go sit in the swimming pool. And these youngsters are on possibly their 10th, 11th, 12th race of the weekend. That's a lot of racing. So.
So if all coaches, please could go immediately to Control Commission. All coaches, we would appreciate it. I know you're having your lunch, just bring something to eat and go sit by Control Commission. They are going through exactly what's going to happen, and they do need everybody to sort of understand what the next steps are, and so everybody can prepare accordingly. And as soon as they're all there, they will be giving the next timing steps for all teams to prepare for their races today.
I think that should make the men's B scull go from the 1,000-meter. That would save some time.
Yeah, Ben, you and I could speak for a long time on the physicality of rowing and what happens. And, I started rowing. I said, it's such a pleasant sport. It looks so fantastic. And it's like a ballet on water. It's going to be easy. And then today, I realized there are certain things that happen in a boat that don't happen anywhere else. So today, maybe it's a master's thing, but I had a wonderful cramp from my adductor attached to my knee up to the groin kind of area while I'm rowing. And it's not like you can stop. In soccer, you could kind of, go get a spray. You could go to the sideline. Here, they don't have sidelines. And I'm in a race rowing with one leg, so it's very challenging.
Can you announce the coaches?
So last call for everybody to meet by commission control, so all MRCs, all coaches. Thank you very much.
continue.
So POJ has come to tell us directly, because that's how we roll here at the Buffalo Regatta, and we are starting 1 hour later than scheduled. So the scheduled race time is down for 1:50 p.m., but we will be starting at 2:50 p.m. And then, so we are going to be running 1 hour late, but that is great news because we are going to be back on track pretty soon. So all the coaches, all the MRCs, all the officials have agreed, and they are back on track, and that bodes well for everybody. Good luck to everybody getting ready for the second half of the day of Saturday, Buffalo Regatta. So we have been on top of the weather apps, just having a look, and we've got another little pesky lightning strike within the area, and so we are going to take another 30 minutes before we can reassess. We've just got to follow safety protocols. It is very important, and we are monitoring the apps. I think it's on the other side of the hill, but it is within the safety zone. So another 30 minutes, apologies. Have something to drink, more sunscreen, bit of water, you'll be fine.
get it.
So just an update for you about the timing of the regatta and the weather watch. We are on a 90-minute delay. We will be resuming racing in 30 minutes time. That is 20 minutes past 3. So we were on a 1 hour, which would be now, plus 30. So the first race number 150, which is the junior men's under 19 second 8, will be going off at 3:20.
Like Henley's, like you got the barrier.
Attention, just so everyone's aware, it is regatta time plus 90 minutes. So if we were starting at 1:30, we're now starting at 3. So it's a regatta time plus 90 minutes. So the gentleman preparing for, I was reminded again, it's not the diamond sculls, it's the silver sculls. It's 90 minutes, regatta time plus 90 minutes, and same thing for the ladies. You've got, count those 8 races before your race.
And if you ever want to see one of the premier races, it means sometimes more than anything out there. Junior men's under 19 second 8s. These are the beast crews, the guys that find their way in the boat, and then all of a sudden in a premier event like the straight finals at the Buffalo Regatta, there are 6 boats getting in the water. Bishops, St. John's, St. Benedict's, Kes, Rondebosch, and Jeppy. And out on the water at the moment, it's a St. Benedict's Beach crew. Behind them, Jeppy boys getting onto the water. And then the Kes crew. Behind them, junior men's under 16, Cox quads getting onto the water. Okay, so we've got lots of our athletes rolling around. A lot of them coming to the end of their races, have had good racing over the weekend. Simon, it's been great to have you over here. What's it been like representing your school coming here to the Buffalo Regatta?
Yeah, it's been awesome. Every race has been amazing. Our whole crew, especially for the first quad, none of us take one easy stroke. It's amazing. We all push each other. And, getting home at night when you've won a race, it just feels amazing, knowing that you've given your all that day and that you've performed. Yeah.
And Simon, before you came to Buffalo, it's your first Buffalo Regatta, is that right?
Yeah.
And so coming to Buffalo Regatta, what does it feel like being like a young athlete, you're with your team, and suddenly you rock up here, and there's a regatta, there's water, there's wind, there's guys up from Joburg. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Like, you know that it's going to be hard, and you know that you do have to perform and give your all, otherwise you will not win. But yeah, it can be a bit intimidating seeing the other crews, but you just have to focus, keep your head in the boat, and perform.
And Simon, this is going to be a great stepping stone for you getting ready for SA Champs in under a month.
Yeah, it's amazing. Learning a lot. Every race that we don't perform so well, you learn a lot, You see what you do wrong and you see what you do right, and then you work from there.
Excellent. Great speaking to you, a real ambassador for your school. What is your name, young man?
My name is Kuno.
So, Kuno, how's it been for you coming with your team? Have you been changing around, or are you rowing with the same team that you've been practicing with?
Yeah, so my crew that I've been rowing with, we have a little bit of a change-up with 3 seats, but other than that, it's been really fantastic rowing here. It's been some lovely conditions. For me, it's not been too great. Something happened with my hamstring on the second day as we were rowing, so a little bit of pain, but we're pushing through it and we're hoping to perform today.
In fact, I think I heard about that. I think you were out there at the end putting a lot of power, and all of a sudden you felt your hamstring have a bit of a niggle.
Yeah, so I had a bit of a pop, and then instantly my whole leg just was in a great deal of pain, but just slugged it all the way to the finish line, and yeah, now we just learn from then.
Excellent. So how are you feeling now at the moment? Did you pull yourself out of all the races from there and just getting back in track?
Yeah, so I did the sprints yesterday. My leg was pretty fine, not too much pain. Today we are still seeing whether or not I'm going in the oct or not, because obviously the coaches care about champs, I think, a little bit more than they do Buffalo. So I'm just going to wait and see what the coaches have to say about that.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice. Always listen to the coaches. There's a lot of movement going on. I wish you all the best for your hamstring. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely fine. And we're looking forward to seeing you up in Gauteng for SA Champs.
Yeah, thanks. Can't wait for champs here.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Attention, please. Could I please have all the athletes in the senior women A4 race and the senior men sculls race to the regatta control office, please. Senior women's A4 and senior men's A sculls to the regatta office, please.
So we need UCT tucks, hold it,
and then
just UCT tucks, hold it.
Okay, but then we also need these people. Also, the senior women A scullers and the senior men A4s to the regatta office, please. Where are we going to...
Not so much for sexual pools.
We're at T-minus 5 minutes till race time again.
And getting on to the water now, it's the G race. Tucks off Nux, it's the Silver Skulls, that's Murray Bale Smith walking down with his team to the start. That is one phenomenal athlete, the only man who rose on rails. We've got Damien Barnhager, Kun, G2 coming down to water. These are the big guns. They're not going to do much talking from now on.
They don't even smile.
Yeah, they are locked in, and that is going to be
It's like a helicopter.
There are lots of premier events today, but that is certainly a historical event, especially having seen some of our former Silver Skull winners back here today. Litten Kuma from Austria coming back, 4 times Silver Skulls winner, defeated by Robbie Rick.
Yeah.
In the Masters race. Litten in his maybe late 60s, early 70s. But an incredible athlete, and raced here in the 70s, won 71, 73, 74, and one other year.
Back when disco was king.
Exactly, and he said it was almost exactly the same, and the trophy that you see there, the trophy was here as well. So that's why it's tradition, legacy, and everything good about South African rowing.
Yeah, for sure, Rob. So Rob, modern technology is an amazing thing. Eagle Media has hooked us up with a little monitor.
We're moving it up, Kaz. It's all happening.
Moving up. So we can actually see now down, it looks like the start, but it's a very small monitor, so I have very small eyes.
No, I think we'll be fine. We've got these.
If we squint.
We've got die verkijkers.
Die verkijkers for the screen.
And so it's kind of interesting to see what's going on at the moment. I'm sure a lot of people know about the rules and regulations, but if you're not sure, they do row up on the left-hand side or the bow side all the way to the top.
Those are the traffic patterns, yes.
Those are the traffic patterns. They get up to the 1,500 meter mark, and only then there's not enough space, so you've actually got to cross over the lanes when it's safe to do so, and then you go up to the 2 kilometer start for your 2 kilometer race.
Right.
Did you know that?
I actually didn't know that you taught me something new today.
No, don't worry, we had Eleanor Rmb, one of the umpires, was educating us and going, no, go up to the 1,500 meter mark.
Cross over
the lanes only when it's safe to do so, because there are races coming down.
And only after that, then you line up.
Yeah. And it's a spacing issue, because you want to have a straight 2,000 meter race.
Yes.
And the course does have a bit of rocks jutting in, jutting out, and that's the safest course.
A bit of a dog leg. Wow, speaking of the dog leg, look at that cool cloud formation up the river. Do not ignore the clouds. Just ignore that you don't see it. Let's go back. Stop. All right, so we are waiting for the next event, which will be the Junior Men's Under 19 second eights, and they are scheduled to come down. Remember, we are running on the original regatta time plus 90 minutes. That's an hour and a half, to put it simply. So start time 3:20, and we are right just about there.
And speaking about silver scullers, we do have Chris Baxter just setting his footboard there. And then
he smiled at us.
Oh, we do love him. And in the trucker hat, we see him go out. It's the fashionable, it's the destructive Troy Zillen. He's got that trucker hat, so he brings fashion and function to East London.
And he brings the cool.
He brings the cool.
If this were a rodeo, that'd be like a rodeo belt.
Yeah,
like he's a belt buckle.
And Troy Zillen is known for a few things, but the one thing is he never stops coming and at you when you are rowing as quickly as you can.
So everything's starting to happen up at the 2 kilometer start line. They've got the wind, we've got the boats, we've got the athletes, we've got the sunshine. We've got it all here at the Buffalo River. 2026, our sponsors, Rmb BCM Tourism, that is Buffalo City Metro Tourism to you, Robert.
Yes, and it's great to know because what they do is they actually make events like this possible, and it's really also showing the belief in South African rowing and having an event that is, I think, the oldest event in the country as a sporting event.
As a national championship, I believe that's the...
Yeah, as a national championship. It's incredible. We see all the boats right at the top. Those at home zooming in. It does look like the Armada, a little bit like the Allied forces hitting Anzio in
we're looking
43, I think. I'll ask my dad.
I think that might be our Olympians. If so, for those of you at home who are watching on the screen, I think that might be Chris Baxter. It might be Troy Zillan rowing up that you see in your lower part of your screen.
And I see a flurry of water.
George Duploy coming past in the Skull.
He's
on
looking
his
good.
way upstream.
And Cads, I've been looking out to water. I see a flurry of blades. They look like horses running along dunes. And they've started the junior men's second eights. The junior men's second eights.
So we've got in lane 1, Bromley crew from Bishops, St. John's Beach crew in lane 2, Shindawi from St. Benedict's in lane 3, Jansa van Rensberg from Kes in lane 4, Rondebosch, the Edwards crew in lane 5, and Jeppy Nell in lane 6.
And the one thing that's important to know is athletes who were pulled out of the first eights, they've had athletes from the second eights being moved up to accommodate that, and that's going to affect these teams. And somebody's been called to the front to say, we need you now.
Step up for your team, step up for your school.
Put on the tri-suit, you're in the beast crew now, my friend.
You've got this.
And they're going to be thrown in there, and anything can happen. And I think it's
anything can happen.
Anything can happen. Yes. But I think the important thing about this is it's an opportunity for growth and a real bump up in anything that can happen in your life if you throw yourself into the deep end and you commit and you do what is required.
Yeah.
Boats coming through.
Opportunity knocks. Answer, Rob.
Opportunity knocks. You answer.
And they are away.
And right at this stage, they are still almost coming up to the 1,000 meter mark. You can see the floating tower on the left. That's the start of the 1,000 meters. So they're almost coming up to halfway. I'd say that's about 750 meters in. I think the Rondebosch crew from this angle seem to be just a little bit off the front pointy end of that race. Yeah, so I see those yellow blades, and Rondebosch have not put themselves in a position. Maybe they're holding themselves to the end, but from this angle, it does not favor them. Everything's coming through from the top lane, St. John's Beach, St. Benedict's Shindawi. And looking at these teams, they've been racing 2 days in a row now, some of them on their 10th race. And they've got some superb athletes in there. Some have got medals, but this means a lot.
It absolutely does.
Yeah, so the Rondebosch Edwards crew do not look happy. I think they've just popped off. Thanks, my friend. And they are moving up to the 1,000 meter mark. Right in the center, the boat that's putting its head out. That looks like lane 3, the St. Benedict's boat. Still lots of racing in there. Kes Jansa van Rensburg. They're hitting the 1,000 meter mark. And a boat that looks very well positioned is that Bishop's boat. Bishop's in lane 1. St. John's Beach. Not as close as they would like at this stage. And I found it quite interesting because while we were waiting for some of the Masters races, the amount of noise that comes from the field is incredible. You've got all the coxes shouting these war cries of 10 power strokes, something more digging deep, the entire time, and it's a cacophony of noise as they come through at the halfway. So it's like a movable army of calls from all those coxes. It's great. And the angle, they're coming up to the creek, Kaz.
They're coming up to the creek, and it definitely looks like Chindawi from St. Benedict's has got a good jump on this race.
They've got a good jump, and they've had to call somebody up into that team because, of course, somebody's been plugged into the first team from that boat. Bishops, Bromley, lane 1, they're still hanging around. St. John's just off the pace there. Kez, Janssen van Rensburg as well. But it's those two boats, Bishops, Bromley, St. Benedict's, Chindawi. Those are big, heavy boats. There's about a ton of weight in there. You've got to lift it, build momentum, and then you just tap away. And there are lots of different calls coming through now. They've probably tried to control it, maybe a few power 20. But as they come up to the 250 meters, you start to squeeze everything you've got and see how fast that ship goes. On the very far side, that looks like Jepinel. So Jepinel may be a little bit off the boil there. It's a 4 boats, and I think Bishops Bromley have made a big effort. That is looking like a big push for them. St. Benedict's have got to respond. And those 2 boats behind them, 3rd place, is starting to reveal itself. It's St. John's, it's Kez, it's Jeppy. Jeppy are moving well right at the top. And the race is coming down to these 2 boats. And this comes down to a race of trying to hold your hand in the lava for as long as you can. They're starting to suffer. St. Benedict's are holding really well there. Good solid racing, but Bishops keep coming back. They are close to each other, and they are picking up and throwing a lot of weight at this problem, and they are moving away. There's a silver, there's a gold, but who's going to get it?
It's all on the line right now. Bishops and St. Benedict's, and it's Kez versus St. John's and Jeppy. The race for 1st and 2nd is heating up right in front of the clubhouse, right in front of our very eyes.
And they are racing as hard as they can. Bishops have picked up the momentum.
Pulled ahead, half a boat length to Bishops now. They are going for it. They look at that gold. They are hungry. St. Benedict's in the silver medal position. Now Jeppy looking for bronze. St. John's chasing Jeppy down. It might have been a little bit too late, but it's possible. Anything can happen here at the river. But it is going to be Jeppy in the bronze. St. John's 4th place. Kez 5th.
And that is an incredible row from those athletes. It shows you how much it meant to them. They were asked to see what they could do to heed the call, and that's what they did. That Bishops Bromley crew, it shows you how much it means to them. St. Benedict's, an incredible race from them under difficult situations, but they made do. That's what rowing's about. Jeppy, Nell, what an incredible race from them.
Glad to see all the guys upright in their boats at the end. The yellow blades of Rondebosch coming down now.
And Kaz, I think we called it, we saw early on, Rondebosch were just out of it. We understand now. They're just making their way down. And they're still going to rev it up.
Our next event is the final from the heats earlier of the junior men's under 16 quads. I got this, Rob. And it looks like we're looking on the screen at the under 16 quads coming down. A final from the earlier heats. St. Albans Perton in lane 1, Jeppy Zhang lane 2, Onyaneku from Jeppy lane 3, Doble from St. Scythians in lane 4, McGregor from Somerset in lane 5, and Duplessis from Grey in lane 6. It looks like this race pace has been set by Onyaneku from Jeppy. He's in lane 3 and he is out in front. So Rob, it's all happening now. They are in the approach to the clubhouse. The excitement is mounting, and it looks to me as if Onyaneku from Jeppy has got this race well in hand.
We've spoken about Clinton Onyaneku all weekend. He's been in the most races we've seen, and he's always in the pointy end of the field. And now he's with his friends, Van den Ven, Mashaba Las, Owetu Sitsole is the cox there. They've got open water, and they're on their way to get a gold medal. Behind them, Jeppy Zhang, they're in lane 2. The St. Stephen's Dobler crew in lane 4 and lane 5. McGregor, Somerset.
McGregor from Somerset. I think that second and third place race is going to be a hot one here in front of the clubhouse. On your screen, you can see the far right-hand boat. That is the Onyanekwi crew from Jeppy, bringing it home with several boat lengths ahead of their competitors.
And that is a masterclass from Jeppy coming through to take the junior men's under 16 Cox quads. They are 4 boat lengths ahead of the rest of the field. There's another medal waiting there for Jeppy Zhang. They've got work to do. St. Stephen's Dobler, Somerset McGregor still in the running.
And the Jeppy fans, the spectator zone, the power comes from the parents. Row, Jeppy, row, they say, and so they did, and so they win the gold on Onyanekwi. And the race is now on between Jeppy Zhang and St. Stephen's Doble. Somerset McGregor falling off the pace just a little bit.
Jeppy Zhang's doing the incredible. They're going for a silver medal here. That is a 1-2 for Jeppy if they can hold on. Jeppy have got it. They've got momentum. They are moving. St. Stephen's can't match them. Somerset McGregor is going to have to settle for 4th, but it looks like that Jeppy Zhang crew takes it from St. Stephen's, and Jeppy are over the moon for that 1-2 finish. Somerset just off that pace there. St. Albans Pearson coming through.
And the far lane, the great Duplessis crew also bringing the rest of the power from our young under 16 gentlemen in our quads in this final. Up to the older boys now, the junior men's under 19 first coxed 4s. This race will be contested between St. Stephen's Kepler in lane 1, Rondebosch Delbridge in lane 2, Carrera from St. Andrews in lane 3, Cullinan from St. John's in lane 4, Norkia from St. Benedict's lane 5, and Skippers from Selborne in lane 6. And our first Cox 4s are on their way down, just passing the creek now. That old familiar chevron pattern looking like it's taking shape.
And those boats right in the center, you got the Jarvis boys under the strokemanship of Rafael Carrara, Jared Matheson, Callum McMurray. That St. Andrews boat is looking nice and tidy there in lane 3. But don't forget Rondebosch, Delbridge, Smith, De Beer, Demise, Josh Riddle. They're in lane 2. And then, of course, despite everything, you've got that St. Benedict's crew, Norkia. I think they're a little bit off the boil. They've thrown a team together to make a difference here. But St. John's, Cullinan, Bacchus, Hood, Redshaw, Cox by Bradley, Anderson, looking well placed. So looking out onto the water at the moment, in the lead it looks like St. Andrews Carrara, Rondebosch Delbridge lane 2, and then St. John's Cullinan. St. Benedict's are off the boil there, they're in lane 5, can't handle this pace at the moment. St. Stephen's Kepler lane 1, Selborne Skippers lane 6, they are not in the running for medals at this stage of the race. And it's coming down to these crews, St. John's Cullinan making a big move on St. Andrews. St. Andrews seemed to have a good, strong lead and made a push. Rondebosch are not able to hold this pace. And it's the St. Andrews boys. And it is St. John's. They are moving quickly. St. Bernard's crew, they're just off third place. So too St. Stithians. St. John's have picked it up. They've got a little bit of movement. They seem to have gone a little bit ahead of St. Andrews. St. Andrews trying to close it down. These last few strokes are so important. St. John's throwing a lot of connection, firepower. St. Andrews are a strong team, and they are closing it down. And they left it too late.
They've got contact, but it's probably just a little bit too late for St. Andrews. St. John's crossing that finish line first, and gold goes to St. John's. Silver to St. Andrews. Rhonda Bosch in yellow in the bronze. And a hard charging St. Stithians Kepler crew coming in now. Fourth place. Benny's now crossing the line. Norkia and Selborn Skippers. We're bringing the start forward now for a 1,000 meter race for the senior men's C doubles and C pairs. This is a straight final, not from the earlier heats. So the first time these guys have been racing each other. Rhodes Mafu in a double in lane 1. The Bixley crew from Fort Hare in lane 2. Madiba's Rowing Club de Swart in lane 3. Sibelele from University of Western Cape, lane 4. Nonche from Western Cape, lane 5. And Kunene from Rhodes in lane 6 in a pair.
And this is one of the first times I've seen so many different universities in this racing. The fact that we've seen Madiba's here, UFH, UWC, but the Rhodes crews, great to have them here. That's Rhodes, lane 1, Rhodes, lane 6.
Yeah, we've also got Walter Sisulu here. UCT, Tux. Stellenbosch.
And remember, it's a straight 1,000 meter final. The boats on the inside are a little bit close to each other. Rhodes, UFH, I think it's them. Madiba's might be just behind them. I think there's been a swapping of positions. UWC, I think they're going to be out in lane 5. A lot of light on the water at the moment, so it is quite tricky to see who's out there. But those varsity crews are right on top of each other. That angle is looking ever so close, and the umpire boat is on their way. And there's been an overlap there. Umpires are waving their flag. But I think there is enough room there for the maneuver. And the umpires are having a great day out, waving their flag, trying to make sure that both those boats straighten out. They point left, both boats go left. And that's always a problem. But eventually they sorted out 3 boats charging down the field. It's 1,000 meters. And yet again, those boats crossing lanes. A lot of excitement. Looks like a blocking maneuver, but it's probably just the angle, Kaz. And now as they come closer, you can see they're able to sort of find their lanes, add trajectory. But it's that Madiba's crew right in the center. I think they've got good momentum. They're in the lead. And on the far side, UWC. That's UWC Sibulele Madale. They are still giving it a go. They are trying to race down in the center. That's a Madiba's crew. Madiba's crew of the Swartam Mshlungu, and they're coming down to the last few strokes, and this has been a tough race for them. So close. The team that is moving really well, it's closest to us. That looks like UFH. And now Madibas are powering through. There's a bit of a glitch in the connection, but they've still got that movement right at the top. UWC Sibulele. A little bit neater. Sibulele starting to put down a bit of firepower there. And it's the last few strokes. And they're both absolutely going as hard as they can for the line. Madibas. They did that slide I told you about.
They did
that
the slide.
baseball slide.
The Riccardi slide.
Which I thought is a powerful rowing technique, but not really used by anybody other than me.
This is when you look at the monitor, because they show the view across the line.
Yeah.
Right at the end when they cross the line, they show it.
We've still got a pair out. Is it a pair or a double?
Double.
A double out on the water up.
So that second crew, I think it's Nonche Soga from UWC. They're getting stuck in here. University racing. And coming from UWC, Ongama Nonche, Emil Soga, they're coming through to the end. They haven't been rowing long, but they are making their way through to the end of this final. They're getting good connection, and that's what you want, and they're moving. Not as easy as it looks. But that is good controlled rowing. And they're going to make it through to the finals. I mean, through to the end of the finals.
Are we bookers over there?
Our next race, Rob, will be the Senior Women's A Coxless Fours.
Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. On the award at the moment. We're looking to see which crews are there. I think one might be missing, maybe. Let's have a look. It says Tux, UCT Tux.
This is Power of the Pride.
In fact, I do see all three boats, but one of the boats is going pretty close to land. So I think that's a Tux boat, lane 2. And they are going to absolutely nail themselves for this. There is a trophy on the line for this, Kaz.
The inaugural year was actually last year for this trophy. Power of the Pride going to the senior women's coxless 4, and that's what we're watching right now in its second year. Tux House in lane 2, Tux Morgan's lane 3, UCT Lamont in lane 4.
And there's been a slight change. They've come back into the lanes. You can see those boats look like they're right on top of each other, but the one Tux boat was close to land, have angled their way back onto the course, but those boats are hard to steer and they are moving. They're focused, they're coming through to get this trophy. It means a lot.
Those trophies, of course, are on display here in the clubhouse. And Power of the Pride, Rmb Buffalo Regatta Senior Women's Coxless 4. Sponsored, of course, from Rmb. The 2025 winners was Tux. It was Breitenbach, Diplock, Taylor, and Morgans. Those were our winners of the Power of the Pride last year, the inaugural year of our Rmb Power of the Pride.
Yeah, and they call it Tix off next, and the two Tix boats are actually in first and second position. The UCT Lamont boat just a little bit off the pace, and they are moving very well. Look how fast that boat is right at the front. They're connecting, they're driving, they're going for it. It's a reputation. You win this for your university. It's a legacy right there.
Absolutely, and we all know that Buffalo is all about legacy.
Are the single sculls up next, the men?
So on your screen, you are, if you're watching from home, you are looking at what should be the winners of the Power of the Pride Women's Coxless 4 Rmb sponsored trophy.
And that is a well-oiled team. I see a Taylor there, I see a Porchita in there. There's a lot of sun coming off there. I think Emma Kutsia is in stroke seat. They are looking mighty powerful. I think that's Janae Erasmus as well. They are looking great. What a team. That is a university team, 4 Tix coming through. That is a reputation. They are making a name for themselves. Superb racing from some of the finest oarsmen in the country. Superb.
Those women will get their names etched on that trophy, the Rmb Power of the Pride. Congratulations. Congratulations go out to our young women.
And the next Tix crew coming through, I'm looking at, I think it's Renee Khoos. That's Tanner Diplock in the 3 seat. Oh!
What?
Give me some water. I'll be quick.
What was that from on top though?
And the UCT crew coming through. Mackenzie Lamont in the stroke seat. And they are going to take third place in a great university race. Congratulations. Power of the Pride.
And Rob, we're not done with the trophies yet. The next race is another legacy race, one that you've been talking about all day long. It is the senior men's A single sculls. And this race comes up from the earlier heats. We had the lane draw earlier. And in lane 1, Tux, Murray Bale Smith, Old Eds, Damien Bonehager Kuhn, Tux Ferreira in lane 3, Tux Zillen lane 4, Old Eds Baxter lane 5, and George Deploy from UCT in lane 6.
And these are the best of the best scullers in the country, vying it out for the silver sculls. And they are going to be throwing everything that God has given them for this race. You've got 3 Tux rowers, 2 Old Eds rowers, and George Deploy, the solitary rower from UCT. They're going to be absolutely firing. Chris Baxter, Old Eds, lane 5. He is the champion from last year. Murray Bell Smith, second last year. Troy Zillen, third. So they're coming down. Murray Bell Smith, he's in lane 1, closest to us. And then Troy Zillen right in the center. In lane 4 with Ferreira 3 alongside him. Bonehager Kuhn, incredible athletes. And then, of course, George Deploy, UCT, lane 6.
And so our 2 coastal rowers, interestingly, are on the outside lanes. Lane 1, Murray Bale Smith and George Deploy on the far lane. And both of those guys have represented South Africa internationally for our coastal rowing and beach sprint rowing. So these are some very, very pedigreed rowers out here, Rob.
Absolutely pedigreed rowers. We had called it earlier. Old Eds Baxter is coming up to the creek. He's looking like he's in first place. Everybody's going to be firing it up, going as hard as they can. But Murray Bell Smith, have a look out for him. Ticks off Nix, lane 1. He's going to be going for it. He knows this course. He's won this race before. Last year, he got his stroke rate up to 44 just to close that down. The gap on Chris Baxter, which he couldn't close down right until the end. And they are moving well. I can see Troy Zillen, his trucker hat before he arrives. He's out there in lane 4. And Chris Baxter, Old Eds, looks like he's well placed, but keep an eye out on lane 1. Murray Bell Smith, he's coming through for Tix. Troy Zillen hanging in. Is it going to be a repeat of last year? This is sculls rowing of the highest caliber. UCT Duploy out there in lane 6. Bonehager Kuhn. Old Eds. We expected him to be closer, but I think he's going to leave it out to the young guns to fight it. Chris Baxter's on the top end, but have a look close to us. That is Murray Bell Smith, coastal rowing champion. He's certainly going to make a plan. I think keeping his eyes set on LA 2028. So Chris Baxter is controlling it as much as he can. He's got that long glide, that long stroke rate of his. Murray Bell Smith, he's in lane 1. And now you're going to see what they're going to throw at this problem. Troy Zillen still fighting it out in third place. They've been going close to the limit for 1,800 meters. And now it comes to the last few strokes. The wind is being introduced. It's making it hard for the athletes. Murray Bell Smith is going to start to increase his stroke rates. He's going to fight it back. Chris Baxter is controlling that quadriceps down. Murray Bell Smith is going to pick it up. He has a look over his shoulder. He's going to increase his rate, but he knows he had a look there, and Chris Baxter controlled that. That is a slow squeeze. And Troy Zillen, Tex of Nix, Trucker hat, firepower coming through. Superb race from him. A workhorse of absolute note. George Duploy from UCT coming in for 4th place. Damien Bonahaga-Kun. We think he looks like he's just chilling, and I think you might be right. But Damien Bonahaga-Kun is a good, strong athlete, and now he's going to be charged down, and that is Ferreira, who's picking it up, but Damien Bonahaga-Kun's going to control that. Good, solid work, creme de la creme.
And those are our Silver Skulls finalists here at Buffalo 2026. Absolutely beautiful racing from these gentlemen.
See you guys later.
Dude, I'll see you later.
Are you rowing? We're going to be doing the ox. Good luck.
Are you doing the ox? Dude, good luck.
Smash it.
We're back to the 1,000 meter mark for the next race. And we are on time with the regatta time plus 90 minutes, just to keep you in the loop. The next race, junior women's under 15 doubles, a final from the earlier heats. Somerset Holden in lane 1, Clarendon Dick Crew in lane 2, Cottrell from DSG in lane 3, Somerset Cook lane 4, Zwartkopf's Allen lane 5, and Pickus from Somerset in lane 6.
And currently on the water at the moment, it's a composite crew in the VLC boat. The 2 Ravens, athletes, old heads, and navigated by the VLC strokesman. Expect to see fireworks in that boat.
Junior women under 15 doubles are on their way down the course. DSG Cottrell looks like she's off to a good start.
I would agree with that. Lucy and Pippa, so that's Lucy Cottrell, Philippa Callow, DSG lane 3. But have a look at Zwartkopf's Allen. That's a young Catherine Allen, Erin Duplessis. They are in lane 5. Just behind them, it's a Somerset Pickus Beck crew. But I think they are off the pace for those early positions. But lots of movement coming through from those teams. Clarendon, Dick Steenkamp, lane 2. Somerset Holden, lane 1. Still a bit of race left in this. Somerset Cook, we're keeping an eye on them. It looks like they are behind DSG Cottrell.
The Clarendon Dick Crew going just a little bit in lanes. It might be the angle. Maybe it's my angle, Rob. No, it's not. Somerset Holden doing it and then straightening out.
There's a lot of sunshine on that water.
It's hard to see.
Makes it a hot race. It's not the smoothest water out there, and you can see the current coming in. So it is hard racing, a little bit like rowing uphill. But right there in the center, they are looking really good. That looks like Lucy and Pippa from DSG. And that is DSG. And alongside them, it's the Swartkops Allen crew. And the Swartkops team have a look over their shoulder. They know they've got a chance, and they start to pick it up. They're throwing a little bit more weight at it, and they're putting DSG Quadruble under a lot of pressure. And now it's all coming down. The green boats at the top, Swartkops Allen. They've thrown everything they can at this. DSG Quadruble are fighting it out, but there's momentum, there's movement. Allen Duplessis are finding something. They are digging deep. Those boats are right alongside each other. DSG Quadruble will not let go. There's a lead, they're holding on to it. It's coming down to the last few strokes. That's incredible racing from our junior women's under 15 doubles. They're looking over their shoulder. Swartkops are throwing a little bit more at it. Swartkops make a lunge for the line. So too does DSG Quadruble. I look at our camera, I cannot tell you who won that race.
Clarendon Dickery coming through now. The Somerset Cook crew.
Somerset Cook doing a superb job ahead of Somerset Holden. And Somerset Pincus, 3 boats for Somerset. Congratulations. What a superb race for those athletes. And what a race right until the end. That is incredible.
Absolutely nail-biting racing for these young women. The junior women's under 15 doubles. A final now, another straight final, another 1,000-meter race for the senior men's C8. So Rhodes has the Choma crew in lane 2. Ragokong from Fort Hare in lane 3. And Mamadoze from Fort Hare in lane 4.
And if you've been looking down in the jetty, there are big turnarounds, athletes getting off the water, having something to drink and then getting back into another boat. These are the premier athletes getting out there. Holy Rosary, 8, getting onto the water now. Big race for these athletes. Iman Wadvala, the cox there for Holy Rosary, doing a stellar job of getting that boat into the water. Some of the finest athletes from Holy Rosary, great to see them out there. I'm a little bit biased, Kaz, I admit. But they are there.
Say, Robbie.
The rest of the teams, I do see the university boats getting onto the water. And remember, we are trying to stay ahead of inclement weather. So there might be a bit of a reshuffling of some of the races, but we will call them as we see them.
Yeah, we'll call them as we see them, and we will try to keep you totally in the loop. What we know, you'll know. Sharing is caring.
Exactly,
Roberto.
and we will not get it wrong. If we get it wrong, no, we will not. We will stay on top of it.
You didn't hear my vow this morning. I solemnly swear to get it all wrong all day. But I do my best to be accurate.
So I think it is tricky because there are a lot of like swapped out athletes here and there. Teams getting onto the water, looking really sharp. I think that is a UFH team. University of Fort Hare. Red Blades, great blades, tapping their way up there.
Here come the clouds. My spidey sense is going off.
And on the water at the moment, Ben Godfrey just tip-tapping his way to the top, giving a little bit of a tip-tap to the commentators. And if you want to see a fine athlete finish, he's going to show us what it takes to fight all his way to the end. Incredible athlete, actually. I haven't seen him rowing until this year, but what an absolute specimen of rowing. And we were speaking about the teams earlier. That looks like the UFH Memadoze crew. They are in the water, and they're going to make their way up. We saw Ben Godfrey. We're now having a peek view of Ben Bernand, one of the top Raven scullers out of VLC, Jermison Lake. Former Silver Sculls winner. One of the few guys that's won Silver Sculls for 2 different clubs. And UFH getting out there, red blades swinging. Lovely to see the ladies crew out on the water. Holy Roger crew looking nice and controlled. And that is Cleo de Casa in the stroke seat. Iman Wadvala is the cox. Scala. And that's Edward Godfrey also going down. They're getting ready for the senior men's B sculls race, 2,000 meters.
On screen now, Rob, we're watching, I think it is the junior men's under 16 coxed fours racing down ahead of the C8s that were meant to launch from the 1,000 meter. So it should be the junior men's under 16 coxed 4, St. Andrews Pink Crew in lane 1, Bassingswaite from Rondebosch in lane 2, St. Benedict Zeng in lane 3, St. Stithians Little lane 4, Bishop's Young Crew lane 5, and Kez Adrianza lane 6. It's not looking like all the under 16 cox 4s are out there, Rob. Trying to do a head count. I see at least 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 5. The lane 1 crew was just tucked in behind. And they seem to be going across, unless that's an athlete for a later race. Because that's serious river crossing. That's a ferry.
and it tells you exactly how tricky it is, because the athletes go by and then suddenly boats go across at the 1,500 meter crossing, and so you just see boats, and it is always a little bit tricky, but we make do. So there is a race underway.
So definitely 4 boats in this race. We can see them on the screen, thanks to Eagle Media. And it's looking like a tight race, Rob.
Yeah, that looks like it's 4 cox 4s. And on the cards at the moment, I would say it is a junior men's under 16 cox 4s.
Yes.
Would you say I've got a 20% chance of being right?
I think you're right. I think our powers of deduction are strong at the moment.
I think the difficulty is we would expect one more boat. Thank you. We'd expect one more boat out there.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So a slightly informed bit of information makes us think that it might be Rondebosch and Kez that aren't out there. So our presumption that we're looking at St. Andrews Pink Crew, St. Benedict Zeng Crew, St. Stithians Little Crew, and Bishop's Young. We'll see as they get a little bit closer. Tri-suits and blades will reveal all, Rob.
It is quite interesting looking at the sun and trying to figure out the reflection. So it is quite tricky. I don't want to make any calls at this stage. We're not sure of the exact race. I don't want to get anybody too excited without being 100%
Even
clear
on
myself.
Screen, where they can zoom in a bit, it's still hard to pick it up with the glare off the water. There's a huge cloud bank over the river, and it's just now moving in over the sun, and hopefully that will help us be able to see slightly better upriver.
If I was a betting man, I'd say it's Rondebosch looking very good in the Bassingswaite crew.
Yeah.
But
but the other information would suggest otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait.
Oh, he's keeping it comical. We are.
Let's go, lads!
Okay, so I don't see the case crew, but I do see Bishops Young. Bishops are right at the top. St. Stephen's are looking good. St. Benedict's, I don't see them. I think it's Rondebosch, lane 2. St. Andrews College, lane 1.
Rob, I'm relying on you with your fair takers.
And yet again, I'm correct. They are moving very well. Right at the top, I think it's St. Stephen's little crew. They are the ones that are putting down a whole bunch of power there. So St. Stephen's are looking good. And then Bishops are just out behind them. You can see that angle. Rondebosch Basing Thwaite, lane 2. St. Andrews Panker, lane 1.
You pulled it out of the hat, Riccardi. Well done.
And so that St. Stephen's crew have made a bold move. I think they've been leading for some time. They've put their neck out, they've got open water, and they're going to hold on to that for dear life. Rondebosch, Basing Thwaite, and St. Andrews College, bragging rights all around, and a silver medal. Bishops may have left it a little bit too late. They're trying to close it down, and they are fighting right until the line. But it is St. Stephen's little. Despite the wind, despite the chaos, they are in the lead, and now St. Andrews Panker making a big move. St. Andrews are leaning back. Rondebosch are trying to close it down, but St. Andrews are going to hold on to that. St. Stephen's have still got work to do. They've got that gold medal, they're lunging, they're dying, they're getting across the line. St. Andrews College pulling something special out there. Rondebosch going to have to settle for third. And that Bishop's crew, superb racing from them to the end. St. Benedict's crew didn't make it to the start. And nobody told us.
And on screen, looking at the St. Stephen's crew, and we've switched upstream now. We're looking up at the water at the start. And Rob, I think it's a junior women's under 19 second doubles. It should be a 4-boat race because Buffalo was a scratch in lane 5. So we should be looking at St. Mary's Mayer crew in lane 1, Callow from DSG lane 2, St. Mary's Badat lane 3, and Dietlifs from St. Andrews in lane 4. The Clarendon 8 pushing off the jetty. Good luck to these ladies.
And the team underneath the commentator's tower getting ready. Pumi Chabalala, Warwick Kiriatsis, Troy Zillan, Murray Bale Smith. They are fresh from the fight in the Silver Sculls, and they are getting into this boat. That is going to be a superb boat to keep an eye out on.
And Rob, these coxless 4s going out now for the senior men. This is the Grand Challenge event, and that's also a trophy.
The Grand Challenge, one of the premier events at the Buffalo Regatta. We saw them on the water the other day. I thought it was a speedboat.
Watch out.
They're looking really, really solid.
And look at that, the sun behind the clouds, and we can see so much better now.
And looking out into the water, I'm looking at the 1,000 meters. St. Andrews are going to start getting excited because Laura Shell, that's Lolly Dietlefs, Camille Govender, look very well placed in this race.
And I think DSG Callow is also well positioned.
Yeah, I think that is exactly right. Callow, Teeling, Smith, they've been doing some great racing all week. The two St. Mary's boats are just a little bit off the boil. St. Mary's Badat, St. Mary's Mayer, that's Natalie and Jordine, and Dina and Emma. But that St. Andrews boat looks like they are very well placed as they're coming up to the creek. And the angle always favors those in the lanes closest to us as they come towards the end. It's the play on the eyes, but that DSG Callow is certainly not out of it. They seem to sort of get onto a travelator in the last 200-300 meters. And I think they're still close to each other. So the St. Andrews Dietlefs, DSG Callow, lane 2 and lane 4. And that is a Tux crew. White tri-suits, red stripes, Tux of Nix. And off they go on the hunt for medals. Coming down the lanes, it's looking very tight. They look out at the boat to make sure where the other crew is. And I can see the DSG Callow crew, both of them, looking across at St. Andrews. And DSG looking across the entire time. They're making a push here. They're trying to get a gap on St. Andrews. St. Andrews keeping the eyes on the boat. They have a sneak peek. And they start to pick it up. There's a little bit of work to be done. But DSG Callow looks like they made a big move from the 1,000 meters to the 1,500. But St. Andrews are not going away. They're pushing. You can look at their stroke rate. And the wind is coming in, so it's hard racing at this stage. You're getting tired. It starts to feel like you're going uphill.
I can feel it.
DSG Callow used to this kind of weather. One would imagine they're moving very well. Good connection, good blade work, not too much splashing. So too St. Andrews. But DSG have made a bold move. They've got a little bit of a gap and they're holding on to that for dear life. St. Andrews still got a high stroke rate and they're trying to just power their way back into this race. But DSG just putting on so much squeeze towards the end. And I think DSG have made a move and they're going to hold on to that. St. Andrews have got to find something more.
As you can't really see it on the screen, there are some pretty big wind gusts coming up the river. So these girls are rowing into a strong headwind. But DSG doesn't seem too fluffed by it. They're keeping their composure, looking strong in the finish.
DSG Callow just absolutely controlling that. Great work from them. Jenna and Jess are going to be over the moon. Good rowing from them. St. Andrews fought hard all the way to the end. Just couldn't match the last 500 meters. Great work from DSG. That means a whole lot to those athletes. Great work from Detlef Govender. Silver medal for them.
Right, the bronze medal still waiting. And looks like the Badat crew from St. Mary's.
Yeah, Dina Badat, Emma Nielsen, St. Mary's. This is a long, strong race, junior women's under 19 second doubles.
On your screen now on the right-hand side, it is the St. Mary's Badat crew. And on the left-hand side, St. Mary's Maher. St. Mary's a few strokes away from a bronze. In this, the junior women's second doubles. And St. Mary's Badat finishing this race in third place position. And the Mayer crew wrapping up this event. Is this the women's eights? Is this the women's eights? A nice view of the Mayer crew on your screen. Coming in for the finish.
And behind them, we've got the 1,000 meter races, finals. It says senior men's eights for the C division, but they do have a ladies team there for the University of Fort Hare. They're in lane 4, UFH, Rakokong. We didn't see the Rhodes crew go out.
Is this, have we gone back to now?
Yep, we've gone back to the finals of the senior C division octuples, or the eights.
Race 157, so we're just going back to finish that race. Then we will get back into
right behind them.
Something else.
They've thrown in the Masters.
The Masters.
The Masters quads.
161.
Correct, and so they want to get the 1,000 meter races done and then free up the rest of the event for the 2,000 meter racing.
We think, to the best of our knowledge.
And on the far side, UFH Rakokong. Now coming down that lane, I think this is a race, because there's another race behind them, and that looks like the men's crew. That looks like the men's Masters crew behind them. Those are Selborne blades. We're trying to figure out.
Here, this is the order of racing. Here. So we should go 161 to 170.
Okay. So those are the UFH crews. They are coming down to the finish. That is UFH Rakokong and UFH Memadoze. And behind them you've got the finals of the Masters quads. And that looks like the Leander crew. Leander, Cooper, Jiven, Chandler, Jackson. And they are looking nice and tidy. And that is good stroke work. Look at them go. That's a foul. They're coming through from Leander. And they are looking like a well-oiled Masters team. Masters rowing at its finest. Looking forward to seeing them for SA Champs. That looks like a good, solid team. Great blade work. Really impressive rowing.
That's hot stuff.
That's hot stuff, and behind them, the race that is coming down. That's a composite crew. VLC, Ravens, Old Heads.
You
That's
were
in
meant to
lane
be in that
2.
boat, Rob.
I may have meant, maybe.
Maybe.
We got Dwayne Ramos, who stood up. There was a call for him to come forward, and he got stuck in there. The Old Heads crew, Hood, Kiers, Carpenter, Tyndall on the far side. And they are moving really well. For some of them, this is their first Buffalo ever. Throw them into the deep end. Old Heads doing good, solid work. But now the engine room of the VLC composite crew. They've got Dwayne Ramos in there. He's an absolute animal. Basil O'Eely, otherwise known as Baz. And you've got Reg, who's doing a good, solid job. Reginald Maher, and Eugene Best and Bow. They are connecting, they are driving. First time ever, Old Heads at the top. They are finishing strong, but that is great work from that crew. Masters rowing, first time out there. Superb work, and they're picking it up. Nice controlled. Reg from VLC. VLC have done a great job there. The two Ravens in green. Old Heads, and they closed that gap down right towards the end. 4 more strokes, and that is a great effort from Masters in the quads.
All right, put on your seat belts because we're going to fast forward. And we are fast forwarding to race number 170. That is the final for the Senior Women's A Single Sculls, the Awesome Hair event. These women racing for the Awesome Hair Trophy. Its inaugural year was last year, 2025, so this is year number 2. And out in the lanes, it is Taylor, lane 1, Erasmus, lane 2. Old Heads Badenhorst, lane 3. Wesley from Tucson, lane 4. Tux Potgieter, lane 5. And UJ Gomes in lane 6.
And as they come down the lanes, we have a look at the ladies in the Junior Women's Under 16 Sculls. They're getting into the water looking nice and tidy. That is a superb age group. The best of the best in junior rowing. Going to be a superb race for them.
I don't think it's on that one. No, it's there.
Paige Badenhorst trying to come back for, is it called a 2-repeat? A 2-peat. If you're trying to win again. It's not a 3-peat.
Right.
Yeah, I think she's coming back for a back-to-back.
A repeat performance.
A repeat performance.
She wants to go for 2.
On that medal.
And probably will want to go for 3.
Remember, Courtney Wesley has the only one been able to take it to Paige Badenhorst at VLC sprints in the 1,000 meters, and actually ended up pipping Paige in that race. So that is going to be a superb opportunity for those athletes to show what they have.
And we're zooming in right now on one of our scullers as she is coming down. I think we were actually connected with the boat who's got a camera out there. But we're back to the far view. That was exciting.
So I see the tri-suit. It is the old age tri-suit of Paige Badenhorst. She got the red shorts, white top. And then right at the top, that is looking absolutely superb. Courtney Wesley, I see her out in the far lanes, lane 6. Courtney Wesley? Where is she?
Yeah, lane 4.
Oh, what the hell?
And there we see the young ladies on the screen. Those are both tux rowers. Look at their, trying to see their bow numbers for you. Lane 4, Courtney Wesley. And I think that was Amber Porchetter in the background in lane 5.
And this is going to be an absolutely superb race. They've gone past the 1,000 meters and near the creek. There are lots of tux scullers in this race. I see 4 of them. I also see UJ. Great to have them there. That looks like Emma Gomes. I saw Emma Gomes, former Holy Rosary girl. She's out there, lane 6. I think it's one of the athletes from Tix on the far side is staying with Paige Badenhorst.
Gomes got red blades, red and white blades.
And those 2 athletes are right there. Paige is in the center, but on the far side, you've got a Tix rower who's made a push. That Tix rower is absolutely torching it. We're having a look at who that is. It looks like Courtney Wesley. We're just trying to determine the lanes. It seems she's in the far lane, and I think she's got a little bit of a jump there on Paige Badenhorst. Paige seemed to have it under control coming up to the 1,000 meters. It's always deceptive from here.
That's Taylor on your screen now, by the way.
Yeah, and those 2 athletes are having an absolutely great race. Yeah, and so that is lane 4, Courtney Wesley. It is her. She's got open water on Paige Badenhorst. That is absolutely superb. Paige Badenhorst has got her work cut out for her. But we've got our Olympic champion under a little bit of pressure from Courtney Wesley. Courtney is an absolute sculling maniac. She is so strong. Nobody trains as hard as she does. She's got open water. She's coming through to take the title, Kaz.
It looks like she might just do that. We'll see what Paige has up her sleeve, but Courtney Wesley really is putting her foot down on this and stamping her authority on this race. If she can hold on to it as she comes into this less riffly water, she might just have taken this race and taken it home.
And the Tux crews know exactly what this means to their club. This is absolutely a new champion, has shown herself. And she's revealed herself in the form of Courtney Wesley. She's coming through. She's got 1 open lane, 2 open lanes. She's got open water, and she's flying. That was incredible work from the 1,000 meters to where we are now. Tix absolutely going to be celebrating for the next few months. Paige Badenhorst still pushing all the way to the end. Superb work from these athletes.
Paige Badenhorst in the old Ed's colors coming in the 2nd place position, but it is Courtney Wesley who has crossed that line.
And Courtney Wesley, look what it means to her. She's been working so hard for this opportunity. Paige Badenhorst, an absolute champion, ambassador of the sport, coming through for the silver medal. What athletes, absolutely fantastic for them. And Danae Erasmus coming through. Lots of medals for her for Zimbabwe at SA Champs, at Africa Champs. She's coming through really nice and controlled. And that is great work from her. One of the top athletes from Tux. She's going to take that bronze medal.
Let's go, Georgie! Let's go, play!
And Emma Gomes, UJ, is coming through for fourth. What a race from her. One of the coaches at St. Mary's, former Holy Rosary School athletes. Absolutely great race, and behind them the Tux rowers are coming down. That is Taylor from Tux and Porchita from Tux. What pedigree, what depth. What a superb race for those athletes. Tux seem to be the team to beat. Great rowing from those athletes. Round of applause, please.
Okay, the next event is up, and it is the Grand Challenge, the Senior Men's A Coxless Fours. Rob, this is another one going for a trophy. This is a lot of bragging rights, a whole lot of legacy in these boats right now.
It's incredible, and a lot of them were in the men's silver sculls. Had a time to maybe just go get something to drink in the boat, off you go. And so it tells you like the strength of the athletes, the ability to row under such high pressure, race after race after race. And that's why sometimes the training, you'd go, that's absolutely insane. You see this racing and you know why they're ready. You've got to be ready for anything.
100%. They work hard, and this is when they put all of this to the test. So in lane 1, UCT Breitenbach crew, the Tux Douglas crew in lane 2, Old Ed's Baxter crew lane. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just saying everything's in lane 2, aren't I? Lane 1, UCT Breitenbach. Lane 2, Tux Douglas. Old Ed's is in lane 3 with the Baxter crew. Lane 4, Tux Chavalala. And in lane 5, UCT Deploy. They go and throw it, they write it differently, and it throws me for a loop, and I just say everything.
UCT Breitenbach.
So on your screens now, I can see a Tux crew up ahead. There we go. So that is UCT. No, it's not. That is the Old Ed's Baxter crew. Old Ed's Baxter crew.
Old Ed's Baxter crew absolutely thundering down right at the top. That's the Tux crew we're talking about. They are strong athletes. They've been focusing on that acceleration towards the end. Old Ed's are holding it off. The Olympians are keeping the young guns at bay. They fought hard for that. The Tux crew trying to close it down, but that is superb work from the Old Ed's Baxter crew. Miles Burn, Sebastian Prince, Christopher Baxter, Damon Bonhager, Kun.
And these guys will turn around and get back out in the 8 not too long from now. So the races just keep coming. But those are your Grand Challenge champions, and they are celebrating.
And look what it means to them.
A whole lot of
they fought hard for that.
Pumalele Jabalala bringing the Tux boys in.
And if you weren't sure what it meant to them, you see them slapping the water like that. It means more than anything. And now the crew's coming through. I recognize a Riccardi, I recognize a Sikiotis, I recognize a Douglas. And that is a superb crew coming through for a 3rd position.
And UCT.
That is top racing from those athletes. I think that was Van der Brecken in the stroke seat. And then the UCT crew, Duploy, coming through. I'll do it first.
Pumi Chabalala putting the boom in the Chabalala. What a great race chasing those guys. The Grand Challenge. Congratulations to the Baxter crew from Old Ed's. We're going back now in the racing order to race number 162. Miles. This is race number 162, event 78. The final for the junior women's under 19 first eights. Clarendon Willis crew in lane 2. Holy Rosary Riccardi in lane 3. Somerset Wilcox in lane 4. And Holy Rosary de Kaiser in lane 5. So we are going to go from race 162 onward, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and then down to 160, and then we're jumping to 173, but we'll keep you posted. But for now, race 162.
God, these are lunatics. So we're having a look at these crews. I think one of the Holy Rosary crews didn't make it because some of those athletes are in the sculls final. So there's only one Holy Rosary boat. And then it looks like Clarendon. I don't see the Somerset crew.
They might have been Somerset didn't go, the girls. No, this is Wilcox crew. That's the one that's sick, right? But how did they, oh, it was a straight final.
Yeah, I believe one of the athletes in the Somerset crew was sick, and this was a straight final, so they didn't come through the heats in any case.
And already the Clarendon Willis crew do have a little bit of a gap on the Holy Rosary crew. I saw Claire de Kaiser in the stroke seat there. Eamon Wadvala was a cox. I think there might be a bit of a change around of those athletes, but they are making their way down. Important bragging rights for these schools. And the Clarendon Willis crew looking nice and controlled. Holy Rosary crew still moving well. Holy Rosary crew not really accustomed to this type of racing or this style of racing in the eights, but good strong athletes and ready to take it on. So they're going to fight for this. Clarendon holding good momentum. You can see them start to pick up that stroke rate. Holy Rosary starting to make a bit of a push to come back. And Holy Rosary have lifted it up. But I think Clarendon have marked that attack, and they're just going to hold it to the line like this. Big boats like that are hard to accelerate. Clarendon are going to come through 4 gold medals. Holy Rosary crew looking nice and tidy. Impressive for those young ladies to be here. But Clarendon taking step to the next level. Willis, Puka, Jordan, Gibbons, Coleman, Rennie, Hartwanger, Hen, Amioli Maganise, the Cox. Great drive for those young ladies. And the Holy Rosary crew. Superb to have them in this race. Nice and tidy, controlled, powerful. They are coming through for their silver medal. Good strong racing. Looks like they've been racing for that for their whole lives.
It has indeed. Nice precision rowing. Beautiful to see our girls out there in the eights. On to event 80, race number 163, the senior women's B single sculls, Rob. Tux Webb in lane 1, Kutsia Tux lane 2, Fenter from Madiba's Rowing Club in lane 3, Durbin Whitfield lane 4, and Madiba's Fenter in lane 5.
And I think the turnaround time has been too tricky for those athletes to get out of one boat to get into the sculls race. So I think this field has been whittled down somewhat.
Boomy's right out of the coxless 4 and into the pair with War Curiazzi's going upriver for Tux now for the men's A pair race. That final coming down in a little bit. But first we need to watch the senior women's B singles sculls. And they are on their way down the river.
We think it's both Madiba's on the water. Sante Fenter, Rachel Fenter, got to be sisters, twins maybe.
Could be.
Could be.
Ati think can happen.
And now moving well. There's a good solid gap. Sante Fenter, lane 3. She's connecting well. This is the senior women's B sculls final. Other crews, I don't think, are able to get onto the course on time with all the racing that they're doing. So this is going to be a superb race. First race we've seen 2 family members get gold and silver.
Yeah, the Godfrey boys might be doing that too. Whoa, look at this, UCT, PGRC. Little showboating on their way out in that 8.
And this sculls race right behind them on the water at the moment, senior men's B sculls. I see them out there. We'll go through that just in a moment. But we are going to say congratulations to Sante Fenter from Madiba's RC. She's here, she's in the lead. She's going to be our senior women's B sculls champion. She's going to get a gold medal, and I think it's her sister Rachel Fenter, Madiba's as well. Bragging rights at home.
And then it's the gents. The same race for the men. Senior men's B single sculls. Those coming down now, so just a quick rundown of who's in what lane. Madiba is Renison in lane 1. Bice from Cape Coastal lane 2. Godfrey. Ed. Ed Godfrey in lane 3 from Buffalo Rowing Club. Ben Godfrey from Buffalo Rowing Club lane 4. Tux Rollins lane 5. And Bernard from Ravens in lane 6.
So I do not see Tux Bryn Rawlins in this race. I think he may have made a tactical call. But that is good tight racing. A lot of these young guns, and you've got to remember we've got Ben Bernard. He's out there for Ravens Club in Germiston in Johannesburg. He's an older master, one might say. And
sure.
But Ben is an absolute axe in the water. He's racing some of the young guns here. Superb race, Rachel Fenter. Madiba's concluding this race. And now I think it's Ben Godfrey putting out all the stops to take a big advantage. Good strong row, Edward Godfrey, lane 3. You've still got Tane Base, Cape Coastal lane 2, Troy Renison, Madivas in lane 1. And then in the green, on the far side, lane 6, Ben Bernard, Ravens BC, still in the running. Double Silver Skulls champion. And you said it earlier, we've just had the Fenter. We're calling them the Fenter sisters until they correct us. But they are going out there. And we've got the Tix boys just getting onto the water now. They're going to have to make a little bit of a nudge to the start line. They've just got off their boats. That is Ricardi van der Brecken. That is Douglas Sikiotis. Some of our tops and our numbers gone into the drink. If somebody could help them there.
Your bow number.
Aiden.
Aiden. Bow number.
Fix your bow number, it's going to drag. It's in the water. And Ben Godfrey's coming down. He's got a good pace in the lead on the far side. Ravens, Ben Bernard. He's in a race with Edward Godfrey from Buffalo. But it is Ben Godfrey. Good control, good connection. One strong athlete. And now the racing is happening for silver medal. They are fighting it out. Ravens, Bernard. Godfrey, Buffalo. They're fighting it out, but Ben Godfrey is going to take this race. Ben Bernard is still fighting to the end. So too is Edward Godfrey. This is a 2,000 meter race. It is not a Masters 1,000 meter race. Ben Bernard is showing what it takes. Ben Godfrey is going to take the win for Buffalo RC. And second place is still open. Those are good solid athletes. They're going to start to rate up. Edward starts to rate up. Ben Bernard controls, focuses on power. But Ed Godfrey torching everything he's got and throwing so much pace. He's created a bit of open water. Ben Bernard is going to come through for third. Superb having master in this category. And behind them, Madiba's Cape Coastal. Madiba's Renison trying to close down to Tane Base Cape Coastal. They're right next to each other. Last few strokes. Troy Renison can't find any more power, or can he? And he can't, and that blade just snags on the line. Tane Base, Cape Coastal's going to take it. Troy Renison, Madiba's.
And our Olympians going out, Damien Bonahogger, Chris Baxter, world record holders in the under 23s, broke a world record in that race. Can't remember the exact time, 6:12, something like that. They know, they'll correct me later, I'm sure. Getting ready for the next race, putting on their compression socks. One race after the next, after the next, after the next. They've done the sculls, grand challenge, now they're going out for pairs racing up against the Tix boys. Other side it is. No.
Yeah, no. No, definitely.
All right, so we think that we are postponing the start for race 165 because as we're looking on the screen, we're seeing doubles, young men's doubles, so the junior men's under 19 second doubles, it looks like. That is our estimated guess.
And these are coming through from 3 heats on Thursday, and they've fought their way to the top. They've corrected on the screen, so it's JP White lane 1, St. Albans Breitenbach lane 2, JP Montler lane 3, lane 4 JP Nell, St. Albans Dela Oliveira in lane 5, St. John's Atkinson lane 6.
Now it says 160. It did say 160.
And that racing on the water, absolutely great visuals. It looked like that St. John's crew, Atkinson, that's Byron and Emilio. Byron Atkinson, Emilio Joannidis, looking very well placed for St. John's. Good technical work and moving really quickly. But that angle, we don't know how close it was, but they were looking really good.
Good, but probably stop right the line.
So it looks like the St. Albans Breitenbach crew in lane 2 doing well. Jeppy Nell might be the one to watch.
Breitenbach, Mapala, St. Albans, lane 2. I agree, looking very well placed. We should not forget that there are 3 JP crews in this heat. JP White, JP Montler, JP Nell. So that is a proper full house for them. The St. Albans Breitenbach crew, St. Albans de Oliveira, and the solitary St. John's Atkinson crew on the far lane 6.
Yeah, and these guys got here from the earlier heats of the Buffalo event. Again, the junior men's under 19 second doubles.
And there's a lot of sunshine out there. You can't look too early, but we've got great work from the JP crew.
Oh, look at this beautiful view on camera.
Beautiful view, beautiful technique from those athletes. I think that was JP Montclair, Janssen van Rensburg.
I'm going to go with Jeppy.
Definitely JP, and they were looking really controlled. This is a big, long race for those boys, 2,000 meters, and they are not all just under 19. Some of them are a little bit younger, and they found themselves in the junior men's under 19 second doubles.
A nice view looking towards the finish line of the athletes coming down. And those are that looks like the athletes on the early lanes.
It's like looking into an eclipse. You want to look, but you know you shouldn't. There's so much wonderful sunshine on the water.
We're blessed with it.
The dappled mirror effect is incredible, and it is very painful for the eyes. I've put on my sunglasses. Fashion and function, Kaz.
Fashion and function. Remember last year we actually had the two glasses thing because Bill Godfrey wears his sunglasses and his glasses together. So why not? So it became a thing, and we actually had a video out on social media for that.
And the boats are moving really well. If I was a betting man, I'd say that JP crew on the inside lane. Oh no, it's not. It's that St. Albans Breitenbach crew. JP are still in lane 1, and they are moving very well now. Starting to show their cards. JP now. They are there in lane 4 on the far side. I think it's the St. Albans de Oliveira crew. This is like one of those beautiful pictures you put on the wall at home. It's a silhouette of the most beautiful picture you've ever seen, and you can't really tell who those athletes are. But I think it's going to be St. Albans Breitenbach. As they come closest to us, you'll see it. JP Nell, I think, have been fighting hard, but just ahead of them, it could be the second St. Albans crew. That's the St. John's crew on the far side. So it is St. Albans Breitenbach. That's the St. John's crew. We called them out earlier. Atkinson throwing down a lot of firepower behind them. The JP Nell crew. They've had a lot of racing all weekend, but JP Nell, Matthew Nell, Carl Bukes are going to fight through. But it is that incredible St. Albans, Breitenbach, Mapala. And St. John's are going to come through. Can't make any mistakes now. Atkinson, Johannides.
Going for silver. Really nice to see.
JP Nell. Burkus.
Here comes Jeppy White in the orange boat on the inside lane 1. And Jeppy Montclair in lane 3.
And going out on the water at the moment, the Tix 8 crew, women's 8. That is going to be a good, strong boat, hard one to beat. St. Albans de Oliveira and Boweni in the finals. They are coming through.
Rob, we're looking at the screen and it looks like we're on to race number 167, the final for the junior women's under 16 singles sculls.
I see 6 boats are checked out. We're trying to have a sneak peek on our monitor. Who are athletes?
Right, so it should be in lane 1, St. Andrews Peters, Holy Rosary Riccardi lane 2, Landman from St. Stithians in lane 3, Eilers Laberskachne from St. Andrews in lane 4, Holy Rosary Zill in lane 5, and Holy Rosary King lane 6.
And these ladies have been racing all weekend. Superb to see. 2 St. Andrews girls in here, Eilers Laberskachne, Paige Peters winning the doubles earlier. And then you've got the St. Stithians super athlete Isabella Landman doing really well. And of course, the trifecta, the Holy Rosary athletes that have made it, Holy Rosary King, Zillan and Riccardi.
So these are all inland teams, if we speak boat race lingo for a moment. These guys coming down from the Gauteng region, they know each other well, they race together a lot, some of them on the same team, some against each other, but they're all friends.
Yeah, they're all friends, and there's actually been great depth in certainly the Holy Rosary team. A lot of, Riccardi's raced with Zillan, raced with King, and vice versa. And then obviously Eilers Laberskachne Peters, the dominant doubles team at the moment. Certainly at this regatta they've done well. But Isabella Landman is a strong athlete, and she's had a real breakthrough. So St. Stithians doing really well in this race, in this category, age group. And I think that race may have been stopped. We've seen one of the vehicles, one of the boats going out. And we don't see those scullers coming down anymore.
Just want to express our appreciation to our medics and to our safety officials, making sure that we're keeping our athletes as safe as possible out there. But we still got a race underway.
And I think...
Are they rowing down?
There's no umpire.
Rob, is the race still happening?
We're not sure.
So, Rob, it looks like we're looking on the camera now, and we are looking at what looks like the junior men's, junior women's under 15 octuples, a straight final. It's hard to count. It should be race 168, which is a 1,000 meter race. They are on their way down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see five boats listed. So Selborne, Collins, lane 1. Kotsia Kez, lane 2. Rohrbeck from St. Benedict's, that crew in lane 3. Not sure that Rohrbeck's in that boat. Somebody in for him. Skeel from Selborne in lane 4, and Hayes from Somerset, lane 5.
So Kez Kutsia doing a good job there, just ahead of the St. Benedict's boat. So you've got the Kutsia boys in there, Dean Palmer's the Cox. They got a bit of a gap. They're moving strong on St. Benedict's. St. Benedict's trying to control it. Tyler Lloyd's, the Cox there, have got momentum, but Kez has got the advantage. Boats behind them just having a struggle. The Somerset crew's got a blade snagged, but Kez are going to take this. St. Benedict's are going to take second. There have been a few changes in those boats. And then coming through now, Selborne Skill. Selborne Skill coming through. The Somerset crew just having an issue in the 4 seats. And there's a blade stuck there. And you're going to have to stop. You'll never get that blade out. And that's going to power on through to the end. Somerset fighting it out, but there is a blade stuck there. The athlete trying to row with one blade. Selborne are going to take third. Means a lot to those boys. And Somerset, so difficult for that team.
Oh, the frustration in that 4 seat for that young man whose blade got stuck. But he held strong and he helped his team along. Well done to Somerset. Selborne Collins crew coming in now. So we're looking at the senior women's C doubles and pairs coming down. Madiba's lane 1, Western Cape lane 2, Madiba's lane 3, Fort Hare lane 4, VLC lane 5, and Rhodes lane 6. Just taking a quick count now that we're out of the glare. 3 boats.
University of Fort Hare are in second place. In first place, I thought it was Madiba's, but I'm just trying to look at that tri-suit.
There's Madiba's Mangele and Madiba's Van Dyke. Mangele in lane 1, Van Dyke in lane 3.
Yeah, so that is Madiba's, and they're just ahead of, I think it's the University of Fort Hare.
Western Cape.
Oh, close. Not even close.
The Western Cape tri-suits look like the Sazru tri-suits.
Yeah,
The blue
I can
and
see
yellow.
it now. Madiba's coming through. There was a bit of a change of lanes there, ever so slightly, but they're moving well.
So that is a Van Dyke crew from Madiba's. Oh, good save, ladies.
And they've got the last few strokes. It's been a properly long race. And they are moving well, Van Dyke, Coxhill. But UWC are still making a push right through to the line, can't make any mistakes. And that is going to be gold and silver. So difficult.
There's another boat.
One more boat in this race coming down.
It looks like a pair, actually. Is that Rhodes? Oh no, it's a double. No. It's a double.
Yeah, so the finish line is that yellow sign over there, and there's the finish tower over there, and they'll get a line and they'll take a photo for any close racer. And so the angle is it's probably just like that. So it's not in line with the boys, it's just at a slight angle. Yeah.
This is the second Madiba's boat, the Mangele boat from lane 1, coming in for the bronze medal. And this is the senior women's C double event.
And you've got to remember, a lot of these athletes, this is their first proper race. They're getting stuck in for the university. They were sold a dream, represented. This is what's going on.
Come join rowing, they
and
say.
suddenly they find themselves on the Buffalo, racing for a bronze medal. And they are coming together nicely. They've learnt more in the last few minutes than all of university life. You learn a lot about a human being, and this will bond them forever. They're moving really well, getting that connection, driving down. It is quite hard to move that boat for the first time. You try to put the blade behind you in a spot you can't even see. You're kind of guessing where it lands, connects, and then you squeeze your feet down, and it's hard to keep it straight.
Yeah, umpires giving them the flag to try to go a little bit more to their right. Madiba's, just try to straighten out your boat, ladies.
And Madiba's
Little
are
stronger
pushing.
on the left.
But in terms of tri-suits, that is a great tri-suit.
Madiba's.
A bit of a leopard. And Madiba's, please slow down. You've got to hold. Hold hard on stroke. Please stop rowing, Madiba's.
Madiba's, please stop rowing.
Thank you, well done.
There we go.
And they're fully committed to finish this race.
That they are.
But they've saved it from that jetty. Well done to Madiba's.
And they've crossed the line.
Crossed the line. It means a lot to them. Well done.
Congratulations to those ladies. I'm seeing pairs, Rob. I'm seeing pairs.
I think this is the A pairs now. Or in a hot mess.
in the sunshine.
It looks like pairs coming down in the sun. Hard to see who's who, who's where.
I'm going to be a bold man, say right at the top. That looks like Kyriatsis, Pumi Shabalala. They are moving well, but right close to us, it is the Olympians. It is Baxter, Bonahaga Kun. They are moving well, right in the center of the picture. That looks like Billy Cronier. I see shoulders, got to be Billy. But here come our Olympians, Chris Baxter, Damon Bonahaga Kun. And that shows you that is a hard boat to move, and they are moving it like a rocket. They are connecting, they are driving, they are pushing right through to the end. That is a fast boat.
Look at these guys go.
That is a world record team right there. Superb to have them here. So many races today. Pumi Chabalala, Wari Kyriatsis.
Pumi Chabalala putting the boom in Chabalala. And Warwick Kyriatsis going for silver. That's Cornier and Franken from Old Eds coming in the bronze medal position. They've got nice smooth water for just a few minutes as they bring it home. And is that Tux Douglas now coming in on the outside lane, lane 6, Rob?
That is Tux Douglas and Byron Securtis. Good to have him back. Taking a bit of time off, but now he's racing again. Munro Douglas, ex-Grey boy, and then we've got Byron Securtis, ex-Benix boy, rowing together now at Tux.
On your screen now, that is the Tux Douglas crew coming in. Finishing off their race for the senior men's AA pairs.
And in a race of their own, that's Van der Brecht and Riccardi. Just cruising down.
Let's go, Cappuccino. Here.
And the racing at the moment looks like the senior women's eights, Tux Williams, and it's called Williams, but I know Cat Williams isn't going to be in this boat. On the far side, that looks like the UCT crew. And right at the top, you've got WSURC Dimbaza. And UFH in Tanjana, lane 2. So this is the Tux crew coming through. And that is a good, strong crew, the Tux team. Premier athletes at University Rowing. And look at that connection, look at that drive. That is a well-drilled team. They've been rowing really well all weekend, and they are picking it up right to the end. And that is superb racing from those athletes.
Lovely, lovely rowing.
Behind them, the UCT crew.
I think this is a composite UCT PGRC, actually.
Yeah, correct. You can see the PGRC tri-suits.
Same color scheme.
Yeah, same color scheme.
Just for good measure and confusion.
Yeah, that's how you get a spot in the team, as long as you don't kill the fashion.
Yeah.
But those are good athletes. Great to piece them together, and that's what rowing's about. Sometimes you row with people you've never rowed with before, and look how well they're doing. So well done to them, that silver medal. And that's Tux, and that's in second place. So there's a UCT PGRC composite crew. And the teams right at the top, WSURC and UFH. They are close to each other. They keep looking across. This is the race.
Forterre and Walter Sisulu teams now coming in on the inside-outside lanes. Side by side, bow ball to bow ball. This is going to be a great race. The bronze medal up for grabs for these ladies. How much excitement can you feel?
And the athletes looking across the water. They are making a push based on how close the other team is. And UFH and Tanjana are making a push. And they are right at the top. WSURC is going a bit skew. They've got to be careful of the pier wall right at the end. And look at their cocks egging them on. Connect, push, drive. That's what they're doing.
They've had to stop rowing. We don't want them to row into that brick building. They're being redirected.